Yellow, yellow, yellow. Happy Happy Wednesday, everyone. How are we doing? How's it going, everybody? Happy Wednesday, happy hump day. We've got Trump pausing the Strait of Hormuz. Not that. How's it going, y'all? We are doing political debates. If you are a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop into the box. We're just getting set up over here, y'all. How's it going? Guys, I am trying to figure out which of my accounts I am subscribed to the Washington Post on. Happy hump day. What's up, Becca? How's it going, y'all? Thank you for the shares, Carmelo. Good morning, everyone. Prost. Awesome. I found it. Trump orders military to pause Strait of Hormuz mission to allow time for peace talks. Hopefully, Trump doesn't post any silly, offensive memes that stifle any hope of diplomacy, as he's been freaking doing, dude. What's up, plants? Carmela with a L. I'm sorry. Thank you, Carmela. Hello. Yeah, this is my Majin hoodie. I love this hoodie. It's actually getting a little too hot right now, though. It's hot up in this band. What up, Silky? What's up, y'all? We are here to stomp out some MAGA disinformation. I hope you guys are having a good morning. I hope your coffee is hot and your pillow was cold last night. Unless you're MAGA. I hope the opposite. Good morning, Jerry. Why am I up so early? I cannot maintain a sleep schedule. So instead of streaming last night, I went to bed at like 3 p.m. after being up for almost 24 hours. And then here we are. Good morning, good morning. Y'all hook me up with some likes. Let's get some likes on the screen. I'm going to open up the phone line because we've begun a lot of action. Lots and lots of action on that phone line. Yeah, I can't like regulate my sleep even with all of the antihistamines and all of the melatonin. I just reset to waking up at 5 p.m. I'll sleep for 18 hours if it lets me wake up at 8 or 5 p.m. How has MAGA been lately, guys? Do you think we deconstructed all of them? Is it genetic? It could be. My grandma was the same way, so it could be. Up by 3 a.m. Oh my god, I could never. I could freaking never. Some of us are just nocturnal, yeah. I've just been a gamer my whole life, and I've just been up late nights gaming for days on end most of my life. I think it's just what I've come out to be. I've seen a lot of creators having trouble finding MAGA lately. YouTube is full of MAGA. They are vile too. They are just insane. If you guys haven't followed me on YouTube, you should. It is something else. It is something else. They run rampant over there. I don't think YouTube is as strict with disinformation and slurs and stuff. So they're just thriving over there. My YouTube handle's Pickles GGS. It's also in my link tree. If you guys click on my link tree, my YouTube link is there. Thank you, Carmela. I get a lot of people that watch the YouTube if they never catch my live, and they comment, the night of or the day after. They're out there. Anyways, guys, if you're on YouTube and you want to debate, this is the phone number right here. You can call in. I'll answer, and we can talk about it. Talk about what lies are you holding on to still like Trump. Awesome. Thank you, Becca. Thank you, y'all. Let's get to 10K likes really quick, y'all. Let's send this out. Let's get this popping. I've also created a third account, and I'm gonna see if I can get her up here so you guys can follow it. But it's gonna be like my spam account. I'm gonna do gaming on there, and it's also gonna be my failsafe for when I get nannered. Let's bring it up. Live access is needed to. Oh, okay. No live access yet. But I'm gonna comment. Pickles Gaming is my alt. If you guys want to follow it, I probably just need a few followers and for the account to mature a little bit to get some live access. Thank you, Carmela. MAGA, we are looking for MAGA. If you are a Republican or a conservative and you want to debate and tell us why, hop in the box. I'm gentle. I'm a gentle soy boy. I'm all about friendship. Thank you, Pixie. Dear Mega Mega. Hi Zilla, I know it's so early. We're up early. We're trying to get the early bird MAGA. They might all be hungover right now. Ooh, somebody with 86K just asked me to co-post. That's weird. Let's read the news. So Trump orders military to pause trade from Moose mission to allow time for peace talks. Um, I guess he's trying to escort ships through the strait. Can you imagine just being the captain of a oil rig and your life is now literally like Pirates of the Caribbean? Like you are seriously like you don't know if you're just gonna get blown up doing your job. Global stocks jumped and oil prices fell Wednesday in reaction to Trump's statement. Dude, I swear to God, you know he's cashing in on that market manipulation. At least his kids are. It went up 1% in the early morning with gains of major European and Asian indexes as well. The price of Brent crude oil, the global benchmark, was down about 9% to just under $100 per barrel. Trump says the pause comes at the request of Pakistan and other countries and means that the U.S. military operations, including using warships to clear a path through the straits, will be halted for a short period of time to see whether or not peace agreement can be finalized and signed. In the immediate term, that means that while the U.S. Navy's interdictions of ships have entered Iranian ports will continue, the air and sea space operations to clear the Strait of Hormuz for commercial vessels are now on hold. Both sides have exchanged fire in the past day over the strait. In one of the latest attacks on commercial ships, French firm CMA CGM confirmed Wednesday that one of its vessels, the San Antonio, was attacked while transiting the strait a day earlier, resulting in injuries to crew members and damage to the vessel. The injured crew members have been evacuated and are provided with the necessary medical care. It said in the statement to the Washington Post. A spokesperson for the U.S. Central Command, which is responsible for the transit clearing and the ongoing blockade, referred questions on the pause back to the White House. Thank you so much for all the shares. What's going on, y'all? Let's get to 10K really quick. There's 72 of y'all in here. That's like a few seconds of blast taps. Good morning, good morning. Hope everybody is getting their caffeine in. The market manipulation is wild. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, they're outdoing Nancy Pelosi in one day with this kind of market manipulation. They're outdoing Nancy Pelosi's entire career. I don't want to hear a single MAGA cry about Pelosi or insider trading while this is okay with them. Trump's announced followed the two news conferences Tuesday at one of the Pentagon and White House, where the administration touted the effectiveness of the military operation and strived to convince reporters that the new mission, dubbed Project Freedom, was working, despite Iran firing missiles and drones at U.S. ships in the initial day of the transit, clearing the U.S., destroying at least 6 Iranian fast boats in return. The Iranian Navy is ancient. It's nothing impressive. But they got infinite drones. They got infinite drone hacks. Let's see how the tube is doing. Are we all still paying the gouged prices of oil that was already on the sea? The true increases have yet to bleed in. Agreed. Um, a few quick facts. If the Strait of Hormuz were to open up tomorrow, it would take 45 to 60 days for an oil tanker to deliver that oil to whatever country. We are going to see that kind of lag, even if there is a immediate peace agreement. It's starting to really feel like a forever war. All of this stuff, all of it's already been said. Yes, all of this feels meaningless. All of the negotiations, peace talks, back and forth, none of it has any meaning anymore. And I don't know if that's by design from the Trump administration crying wolf all the time. I don't know. They really are good at their propaganda machine, even in ways people don't realize. We're done with that stage of it. He says, okay, we're now on to this project of freedom. So Operation Epic Fury is now over. I guess we won? I don't know. He, him wanting to remodel the reflecting pool is just another grift. His donations and kickbacks. Have you guys heard of the grift that he's doing with the airport? Listen to this. You know the airport in Tampa that's uh, they renamed after Trump? Listen to this. New reporting exposes a Trump airport grift in Palm Beach. According to the Miami Herald, the deal to rename Palm Beach International Airport after Donald Trump is packed with perks for Trump's business. Under the tentative agreement, airport stores would be forced to buy branded merchandise only from Trump approved retailers. Trump's company gets control over who manufacture those products. Trump gets veto power over how big his biography is presented in airport materials. And thanks to a loophole, Trump linked entities could still profit off airport branded merchandise sold off site. The grift is so deep and so insane. This is not how presidential airport naming works. Other presidential airports don't handle private companies' control over branding, messaging, and supply chains. Even Palm Beach officials privately warned the deal could hand Trump a commercial benefit from a taxpayer funded facility. Airports are public, airports are paid for by the tax dollars. How is Barron a billionaire? Probably just polymarket. Probably just, hey, dad, say that the strait is open while he doubles down on oil futures and then sells. Imagine what's in the small print for Trump IRA and Trump baby accounts. You can only register as Republican. I bet that's a thing in it. What's up, Georgia? They put shell companies in his name. Yeah. How's it going, y'all? Happy early morning. We should see a bump in viewership here in a minute, y'all. Bear with me. And get the likes up, the shares up. I already have a misinformation. Confirm sources before sharing and engaging content. I'm reading the news, TikTok. This is a rarity, guys. This is a rarity for me for being on this early. Some Democrats pressed Trump to break silence on Israel's nuclear arsenal. A letter from 30 lawmakers called for the U.S. to expose Israel's weapons program, which it doesn't acknowledge and was built in secret in the beginning of the late 1950s. So this whole time, I believe they've denied the existence of their nuclear arsenal, and it sounds like that's a lie. What's up, Nated? Now we're seeing it. We're seeing a jump. We're seeing a jump. Snowflake's already reporting me. I mean, I think TikTok's got its own thing where it tries to determine what I'm saying is true or not. The letter in the latest sign of a shift in the Democrat Party's approach to Israel amid growing frustration over the country's killing of civilians in Gaza, the West Bank, and Lebanon, its high profile lobbying in Washington for the war in Iran. I believe we also have a statement from Obama, was it yesterday? Saying that he too was pressured by Netanyahu to do an invasion, like a full scale war on Iran. And it just goes to show that Trump is also just not this guy that's willing to do what no other president's been willing to do. He's just somebody who was, I don't know, either coerced or stupid enough to do it. Yeah. Also, signs was Netanyahu hospitalized? New State Department rules would deny visas to those fear returning home. A directive orders diplomatic missions to ask non-immigrant visa applicants if they fear of going back to the country and refuse U.S. travel documents for those who say yes. God damn, dude. What is happening? The Trump administration on Tuesday issued new rules for visa applicants that could limit asylum claims in the U.S., ordering diplomatic missions to ask applicants for non-immigrant visas if they fear returning home to. Isn't that the use? Isn't that the purpose of asylum? The directive comes after federal appeals court ruled late last week that President Donald Trump's declaration of an invasion at the U.S.-Mexico border to restrict entry to asylum seekers was illegal, effectively clearing the way to reopen the countries to migrants fleeing persecution in their own countries. It was not clear when asylum processing would resume, and the Trump administration has indicated its intent to challenge the decision on appeal. What do you appeal to after that? Chat, we are looking for Trump supporters. If you are a Trump-lican, a conservative, or whatever, call in, pop up into the TikTok request box. Tell me why you like Trump. Hello, Scotland, London here. What's up, Brett? I'm a trumpet. What would you ask if I call? Why do you like Trump? That's what I would ask. Hurry out of bed right now. You don't start playing Roblox till like 11. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Funny, funny, funny. Yeah, the phone line is on, y'all. The phone line's on. We are receiving any calls. Why was conservative beep? Because they're offensive. When did I wake up? 1. 1 a.m. Been up since 1 a.m. Did a little bit of gaming. Now we're here. We got a belly full of cheese bites. I don't have a cat, y'all. I have a dog. Her name is Pickles. I'm off working 45. Yeah, I'll still be on. She is a lot like a cat. This is her apartment. She just lets me live in it. I should get one. Mm, I am too needy for a cat. I like actual affection from my animals. Welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hook me up with some taps on the screen. Let's send this out. If you're a conservative or a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop the box. Amanda, it's been a shit week. Thanks for being on Breakfast with Pickles. Thank you so much, Amanda, for the Venmo donation. I raised needy, snuggly cats. If I knew the secret, I would get it. I would do that. Get a Siberian cat. Those aren't the... Oh, wow. Those look like they shed. Holy cow. Cool thing about my dog is she doesn't shed. I have my dog thinks she's a boy. She hikes her leg when she pees. It's it's funny. She's very territorial. My rat terrier bounces her front paws. Love that. Chris with the $5 says, "Did you know Pickles is 5'4"?" Misinformation, chat. They're gonna get me banned for misinformation. I've got 5 minutes. How do we do this debate? You gotta call the phone number on the screen. 5 minutes doesn't sound like a long time, though. Put the call-in number a bit higher. All right, let's see. How's that? I see. Okay. Because it probably cuts off at the preview. I see. I see. The number doesn't show up on TikTok. I'm superstitious like that. I don't want the phone number to show on TikTok because I think they might do something with the algorithm. I'm guessing on phones the chat covers it up. Okay. Thank you guys for the follows on YouTube. Be sure to hit the like button if you're watching. Use extra spaces and dashes. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like those simple things don't really work anymore. I think that like with AI, they can just determine comprehensively what this stream's about. I don't see a productive conversation could be had with a claim like Trump sucks. For real. That's the line. Too abrasive? Should I just call your wife a dog? Do you think that's a good start off to the debate? I talked about specific things he did or didn't do. Yeah, we can get in specifics. It's not likely that MAGA knows anything about policy, though. It's not very likely. You just called. Let me refresh. I don't see any missed calls. Are you sure you called the right number? Johnny says you tried to call. Is the phone line up? Yes. My last missed call was at 12:47 a.m. If you if you block your phone number, it won't come through. There we go. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah, this is Amanda from YouTube. I just wanted to prove to everyone that your phone works.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Bye.
The Earth is flat. Yeah. Yeah. Why is it I think that it's exclusively on the right that people are flat earthers. I think that's 100% true. Have y'all ever met a left-wing flat earther? Galaxy for Pickles Ducky? Yes, we can do that. There's a ton of libs in my panel. Hmm. This person might legitimately be a yes. They are in fact a flat earther. Willie Sees is a flat earther. God bless you. Yes, of course there are left-leaning flat earthers. Flat Earth is mostly like anti-government, which is right-wing. Like people whose brains are just mush from misinformation that they don't believe any sources, they don't believe experts, they don't believe anything. That's usually right-wing. I'm FE. But you're probably still on the right? If you can't stand Trump. They're usually religious too. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you so much for the galaxy. That gets Pickles a ducky treat. Thank y'all so much for the gifts. Wow, my live is not eligible for recommendation because it primarily directs people off the platform. This line is TikTok. Guys, do not leave TikTok. This is my platform. I'm trying to grow my TikTok exclusively. Same as I've never met a GAY Trump supporter. Those definitely exist. Those definitely exist. They're probably just less common. I didn't say Christian, I said religious. Can Ducky get a treat for the hand heart I sent? It's got to be bigger than hand heart, or else I would be giving Pickles a lot of treats. She's a small dog. I love the TikTok shop chat. Love the TikTok shop. We all love the TikTok shop. My visibility's been restricted though. Oh well. Flat earthers all around the globe. I love that. Should we do a little restart? I think I'm gonna do a little restart, chat. Let's do a restart on TikTok. We'll be right back, y'all. Come back and tap the heck out of the screen. Here, babe. When am I going to be able to grow whiskers? Guys, I'm 37. I don't think I'll ever be growing facial hair. I'm too deeply ingrained with white trash DNA. It just doesn't grow in around here. It's so strange how MAGA is just throat deep with like ultra masculinity. Like if you can't grow facial hair, you're inadequate. Imagine trying to survive on their side being somebody who's self-expressing. Doesn't really happen. Bro, pick up the phone or give me a new number. You haven't tried to call, dude. Are you double checking that phone number, man? And if I did anything to help grow hair in my face, that'd be gender affirming care, right? Like they're constantly pushing for the social standards that like push people towards gender affirming care, unironically. Do I have to do a live show to show you that I'm calling the number? I don't think we're interested in watching that. You're welcome to come to TikTok and hop in the box. Welcome, y'all. Welcome. Hello?
Brother, I am dance, you music play, you water jump.
Evan Sabetzi. I want to see if I can get my my chat to work on the screen too. I heard you call in. I've tried 3 times. I'm on YouTube. If that matters for whatever reason, it should matter. I do love the TikTok shop so much. Welcome back, y'all. Welcome back. Get some taps on the screen, y'all. Let's get to 10K really quick. We're already back at half the viewership on TikTok. Sound is low over here. Okay. Test. Test. How is that? Trump 2029. What do I want to debate? I want to debate how bad Trump is as a president. How bad of an idea it is to have somebody like Trump, the least diplomatic person I could think of. The most divisive, vile, inflammatory person I can think of. The most controversial person that walks the earth doesn't need to be the leader of our country. There's an echo? Okay. Let's try this. Test. That's why. Okay, how's that? Test. Literally just left a message. Here we go. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay, cool. What do you like about Trump?
So there's things that I like about him, and then there's things that I don't like about him.
Okay. What are the things you like?
The things I do like is, you know, some of the things that a lot of people don't is, you know, he's not really afraid to speak his mind. Which is also another thing I don't like, is sometimes he goes a little bit too far with it, right? So there's a couple things that I do like about him. I don't like the fact that he is probably, his ego is bigger than the entire world, I guess, but he could be the Antichrist.
I'm not really religious, but I think that like that title doesn't really fall short of anything. Like I think he's pretty bad. I think he's pretty bad in every way. The fact that like you like the way he speaks his mind, I would just like posit to you that like think about the Iran negotiations that have been happening over the last 8 weeks. How many times have he said things that would probably just throw that off and completely like crush hopes of peace talks? That we even have reporting from Iran that him posting memes in the midst of their negotiations really just kind of crumbled things at one point. And I think that carries.
You know that this is all about one greater plan, right? It's not just about Trump.
I mean, we can debate on what that is, but I think that we would be leaning into like guessing on what the greater plan is. I think that everybody claims Trump is doing 5D chess every given moment that he does something and makes a wrong move. I think it's mostly the rights. It's like just wait, you know. I don't see it.
I think that, to be totally honest with you, I really think that both sides work for the same people. If you look at occultism, they're all, notice how, there's a lot of people denouncing Israel for what they're doing, right? But
Mhm.
notice you won't find a single Democrat or Republican in Congress that will denounce anything that Israel is doing.
There's plenty
They
of them.
all work for the same puppet masters. Donald Trump is bought and paid for just as much as Biden was bought and paid for. They're all puppets. They don't even run the show, to be honest with you.
I think that if you don't pay attention to policy and the economy, you can say that. But we can look at the stark difference between like liberal policy. They like add people to healthcare and social security and safety nets. They make the economy better. We create jobs 50 to 1. And then we have Trump and Republicans who constantly just make us go bankrupt, are for cutting taxes for huge corporations, doing huge, big, sloppy tax breaks that they can go and just enrich themselves with.
Well, yeah, I mean, it happens all throughout the entire Congress, though. Even Democrats are guilty of enriching themselves through insider trading, and Republicans.
I
I
think
mean, we
that,
live in some crazy times, brother.
like, okay, so you can say that's
Everybody's always
true.
pointing the finger at one person or another person, but
E-
both people are equally guilty.
Even if I concede to that being true, we can just look at the amount. And there's this thing called the unusual whales list, and it's a list of each person in Congress and their unusually good, like, stock exchanges throughout their career and how much money they've amassed. And like Nancy Pelosi's about like fifth on the list. She's not even the like worst. But Trump, if you were to add everyone together in Congress throughout all of history and multiply it times 7, it still doesn't come out to how much Trump has made last year.
Okay.
And I think that there's like also a point at which you're doing things with policy that negatively affect everyone and enrich yourself. I think that's the worst of the worst. But like Nancy Pelosi knowing we're about to go to war and dumping like stocks into Halliburton or Boeing or whatever, that's one thing. You can say that's cheating. I don't know. You can say that some people are losers because of that. They lose money. But like with Trump, look at the state of the world economy and then look at his son, his children are all like becoming billionaires through insider trading, through meme coins, through enriching themselves with talks with other governments.
Trump is on a world domination quest.
I don't think I like that.
I can't say that I do or don't either. But if you really think about what's going on, it's smart, but at the same time, it is very dangerous. Uh,
How's it
how is it smart? So if you think about it, we have every one of the world's choke points for oil under control besides the Arctic. The only reason we don't is because we do not have Greenland. I think what Trump's really after is control of the entire world's oil supply. We're choking the crap out of China right now. China gets most of their oil from Venezuela. They also get it from Iran. And when you cut that off, I think this is a greater. I think what we're really doing is setting up for war with China. Because if you were going to go to war with China, I mean, if China really wanted to hit us, they'd just take us out of the Middle East.
They don't even have to. So like China's position for war is simply just the economy. So they are the biggest manufacturer of goods, and if they wanted to cut us off and cripple us, they could easily through stopping rare earth trades or microchip manufacturing trades.
Well, do we really need them?
Whatever. Yes.
Why? We don't. We can make all that here.
Yeah, we tried, but if you were to make a plant here, the exact same way you make a plant in China, and copy it, everything down to the blades of grass, China would still be more efficient and outperform.
Okay. So back to politics. So here's another reason I do like Trump, and maybe I'll probably get a lot of hate for this, but that's okay. You know, this is a free country. We all have the right to speak our mind, whether we disagree or not. Is one thing. You know, we all have the right to disagree, right? But he's, I mean, the dude's literally a billionaire, right? I mean, we've never had a billionaire president. And also, you know, if you think about it, Donald Trump was once a Democrat.
I don't think that really means anything.
You don't think
Mussolini
that's
was
true?
once a socialist. I don't care.
Who?
Mussolini.
Okay.
Like the notorious fascist. I don't think it really means anything. I think Trump, his excuse for us not like cracking down on his insider grift is the fact that he's just generally a businessman, but like I don't know. I think he's notoriously horrible at business. We've seen it throughout history. He's really bad. The only thing that pulled him out of crippling debt was The Apprentice, and now, at the age of 80, he's figured out also when he's become president how to triple his wealth, like magically.
So what do you think about the whole thing about him classifying, going back to where the way it should have been with only being two genders?
I think that is like fascist easily. You're trying to legislate
But
cultural norms.
realize that all this stuff miraculously came in under Obama, right? Nobody
didn't-
started talking about all this stuff until um,
if
till
you
Obama.
if you just decide to close your ears to all of that, you would never ever consider voting for Republican.
It's not
None
a
of-
matter of
none of-
closing ears. It's a matter of biological realness. I mean, you're either born a man or a woman.
It's not true.
And
No one's born a full-grown man.
And I believe that at that point, when we try to veer away from our actual human identity, and which is being corrupted by demonic forces beyond our own comprehension, then that's why people fight so hard for those genders. I mean, they're not real. There's only two
No
genders.
genders are real. No genders are real. The thing that most right-wingers don't understand is that all genders are social constructs. They're all made up. There are multiple other countries throughout the world that have more than two genders. This is not a biological thing at all. This is what he's told y'all, I guess. But if you Google it for like 3 seconds, that's not the case. You will never find an academic study that shows this to be true. In Native America, there's two-spirited people. In the Talmud for Jewish people, there's 8 genders. This is like, so what you're doing is you're legislating those beliefs out of existence. That's fascist. That's silly, and it's a silly social wedge issue they've tricked you into thinking is a big deal.
It's gaslighting. Really, what you're trying to do is gaslight me into believing what you're saying is true when I know morally. Let's talk about morals.
This isn't a moral thing.
It's immorality.
It's amoral.
It's
It has
immoral.
nothing to do with morals.
Are you saying that you don't have any?
No, I'm saying genders are amoral. It has nothing to do with morals. Listen, if we did the same thing and held Christianity to the same thing, right? I could ask all, how old is the earth? How were people made, right? And if someone said they were made of fucking clay and that the earth is 6,000 years old, I'd feel sorry for them, but I wouldn't legislate that out of existence.
What you're saying really doesn't make that much sense. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, to be honest.
Christianity doesn't?
No, what you're saying about how you're trying to use other things to justify
This is
the whole.
Listen, I have a
So
dog
if I
behind
wanted to
me.
be a cat,
I'm
if
gonna
I
point-
wanted to be a cat, does that mean that you have to
There's no.
identify me as a cat? Or say, what if I'm a dog?
If I did, it would be
Right.
benign, right? Like it wouldn't matter anyway.
Right.
It wouldn't matter.
Yeah, you could look at me face to face. Obviously, you can't see each other. You would know that I'm a guy and not a dog, or I'm a guy or I'm not a girl, right? You wouldn't be able to just be like, oh, that guy's a it, or that guy's a they, them, or
I don't
I
think
don't
I'm.
really understand all the pronouns and stuff
How am I gaslighting you, by
that
the way?
people
Like,
do have.
there are literal religious textbooks. Jewish people believe there are 8 genders. Do you believe in their freedom of religion?
Who, Jewish?
Yes.
I believe in the freedom of religion of all people, to be honest with you. But at
Then
the
why
same
are
time,
you?
Jews don't believe the same thing that Christians believe. Just as the
Yeah.
same thing
There you
Christians
go.
don't believe
Respect
what
it.
Muslims believe,
Yeah.
right?
So respect it, right?
So, yeah.
Yeah. Like, it's not breaking anything. Doesn't hurt anybody. But Trump has decided to get y'all to like freak out on this. I don't think it's a real issue at all. If we were to burn down everything today, and we redid all of our science books, sex would come back exactly the same. It would be bimodal. It would be a spectrum, a continuum of difference between male and
So
female.
let me ask you this.
But
So
hold
let
on.
me ask you this. If you go back, okay, go ahead.
But if we wouldn't know how many genders would arise, because that's how it happened across Earth, across time, and across other areas of the world. There are many, many different types of genders, and for y'all to legislate one to be absolute truth is silly. I think it's not useful at all. Doesn't do anything. It's just a culture. It's a culture wedge issue. By the way Trump legislated this with an executive order made us all female, which makes
Made
me
us all
understand that
female.
he has no idea what he's talking about. Yes, he
That
says
doesn't.
we are all this. We are all the gender that we were conceived as, which every human walking the earth started out female, right? And then they got the different chromosome.
What do you mean? That's not true.
That's literally
That
true.
is
That's
not true.
biology.
So what do you? How is that? So that means that before, dude, what you're saying makes zero sense. Not everyone started out as a female.
Yes, they did.
Okay, explain that then. How did
Okay,
everyone?
when
I want to
you're
really know how
born, when
everyone
you're
started as a female.
conceived, your testes, pretty much what are inside of each person. I believe they are like ovaries or something. I could be completely wrong, but then they drop, and then you start forming a certain type of genitals based on your chromosomes. That is true for everyone.
Okay, have you ever seen a baby get born?
On
You ever
video,
seen a baby born
yeah,
before? Huh?
on video, sure.
Okay, so you would know that when that baby comes out, it doesn't just come out like a Ken doll and take time to grow.
You're talking about
Whatever
sex.
it is, whatever they want to be like, oh,
You're talking about sex.
how to. So if everyone comes out a boy or everyone came out a girl, then why, when a female goes to get a sonogram, can the doctor know if it's a boy or a girl?
You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. At conception,
No, I'm not.
at the very moment of conception, when the egg is fertilized by sperm, is it a boy or girl?
You don't know yet
We
until.
absolutely do know. And every single time a human is formed, it starts off female, dude. You can Google this.
But you can have all the eggs in the world, but without the sperm, there is no actual embryo. Without the man's sperm, there is no baby ever going to be conceived.
Okay, no. First of all, you're misusing the term, and
Without
this
the
is also
seed.
going to help you understand the symmetry breaker. Is anyone ever born a full-grown man?
No, of course not.
Okay, then why do you say that?
Is anybody grown a full-grown woman?
Correct. Yeah. So you get it. So
No.
so what makes someone a man, right? It's an adult human male for you, right? An adult human male.
I'm sorry, what?
That's what a gender is. Gender is a social construct. It is an adult, like these things we prescribe to only humans. Like, I have a dog behind me, and it is a female dog. Is she a woman? She's an
Now,
adult.
how do you know it's a female?
Well, I don't contest the difference between male and female. You and I agree on that. There's nothing you can say that I would disagree with, besides maybe you having a lack of understanding, I guess. But I'm saying we give these pronouns and genders to people only. That is the symmetry break between gender and sex. It is a social construct. Because then you start talking about what is an adult. What is an adult? In Europe, an adult is 16. Here, 17, 18. So that is social construct, something we've all come together and agreed on kind of silently.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. You're not gonna be able to twist my belief on that. I mean, in all honesty, I know what's right and what's wrong.
Do you have a? Do you ever? You have your phone, right? You minimize. You can put me on speaker and minimize the phone call, right?
Yeah, I can do that.
Type into the Google
I
machine.
mean, I'm always open. You know,
Type into the Google
open
machine.
for,
How many genders are there in the world? Type it.
right. It's because how many genders are there? There's two. There's called man and woman. There you go.
That doesn't what I have it pulled up on my screen right now what the Google search says, man. That's not what it says.
There's 129 million genders. Oh my God. Let's have a party.
Gender is increasingly understood as a spectrum of personal, social, and cultural identities rather than a fixed number. While many societies traditionally recognize a binary of male and female, contemporary understanding acknowledges numerous identities, including non-binary, gender fluid, agender, and others. There is no single, universally agreed upon number.
What's non-binary mean?
That just means not one or the other. Like there's a spectrum and a continuum of male and female.
So what are they? A robot or a nobody or an empty soul roaming the world or what?
You tell me. If somebody is born with ovotestes, which is like the presence of both, a mixture of both of the genitalia, what are they?
Hermaphrodite.
That's for animals. That's not for people.
Okay, there could be a hermaphrodite. There actually have been hermaphrodites.
So how do you, when you refer to what you consider that, which is offensive, I might add, so please, I don't know, never refer to somebody as that because it's like dehumanizing them. But you can, what would you refer to that type of person as when you're saying he or she? What would you say?
You're gonna say he or she. I mean,
which one do you decide?
How do I decide? I decide based on what I see. So
perfect.
if a guy walks up to me wearing a dress and he says, "You need to call me a girl," I don't need to validate that guy's a girl because I know that's a guy pretending to be a woman.
Have you ever?
Here's my analogy. If he wants to think like that, or that girl wants to think like that, that's fine. That's on them. But the moment they start coming to me saying, "Hey, I know I'm a guy, but you need to call me a girl," that's not going to happen like that.
I get that you might be like extra sensitive to that. And imagine me saying the same thing to a Christian. So if somebody goes, "I'm going to pray for you," and I said, "What the fuck are you talking about? I don't believe in magic." Do you think that would be nice to say, or should I just say thanks?
I mean, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yes, it is. You're sitting here going, "I'm not going to agree with this person's insanity or something," which I think that's my belief on most people who are religious. I think they are literally, they believe in magic and superstitious stuff. But I let it slide. I live amongst them. I respect their beliefs.
Right. Okay. Do you believe in God?
No.
Can I ask why?
There's not a lot of good evidence for it.
Okay. So you're probably one of the big bangers. The world
Bang
just
is not even
combusted into a bunch of chemicals, and they all particle collided together, and all of a sudden everything became the universe.
You know, the Big Bang is not even something that you can, like, that's controversial. Like we have all of the tools in the world that show that the universe is constantly expanding. We can do this with math, and that's what the Big Bang says, that the world's.
Somebody had to have created all this stuff, right?
Okay, then who created this somebody?
God is infinite. He's all creating. He's all.
Okay, so you can hold that position for a magic person, but not like the universe.
Right, but there's something else outside of this. Are you a spiritual person?
No.
No. So, do you believe that there's anything inside you powering the voice and powering your personality? That's your soul, right? I mean,
No, we haven't really
it's a
pinpointed
spirit within
anything
you.
that's supernatural that does all of that. We simply just know what parts of the brain do all of that. It's just a bunch of your parts of your brain
What
talking to each
happened
other.
before the Big Bang? Nobody knows.
No one, you
Sure.
can't trust the science. You can't always trust the science, right? Because science is also capable of being deceptive.
Okay, but
I mean,
we can also just look at a bunch of stuff in most religious texts and say that it can be proven demonstrably wrong, false, impossible, silly.
As in, what would you prove to be false?
There was no great flood. There's no evidence
There
of a
was
great
no
flood.
great flood. There's proof.
There's zero proof for it.
There's many proof. Okay, so water. My job, set aside all this. I'm a bathroom sales guy, so I do sales for bathrooms. So one of the biggest things we always talk about is water and what it does, what it actually does over time. You know, water literally moves mountains.
Mm-hmm. And we
Right?
would be able to see
So
traces of that, right? And we don't.
we can go to Turkey.
I
You
know what
can
you're
find
talking
the
about. You're
remnants
talking
of
about the
Noah's Ark.
mountains in the shape of a giant boat. I get that. They
Right.
were proven by geologists a bajillion times that it's nothing to do with Noah's Ark.
It has everything to do with Noah's Ark.
We're actually living in the times. We're actually living in the days of Noah, like it was before the flood.
So
And most
what you're
people,
telling
most
me
people would.
is that a 600-year-old man built a boat with no prior experience in woodwork or carpentry, big enough to survive. I believe it's 6 inches of rain per minute, which would easily just make that same boat sink. And then magically, all of that water went away somewhere. And we have no fossils that, for instance, in the Grand Canyon, have risen above the level in which they were buried. So, for instance, things that are 220 million years old are a certain depth down in the Earth's surface. None of that was risen to the top as it should be. None of it. No, there were
But
no
there's been
species that
multiple
crossed those
cataclysms.
lines.
Do you believe the dinosaurs were wiped out?
Yes, and we have proof
Okay.
that timeline.
We've had multiple
tracks.
Okay, we have the same proof for the flood.
No,
There's been multiple cataclysms for humanity.
There's no
And the next
actual
one is
geological
not too far
evidence
away,
of that.
actually,
We have
but most
we have
people think it's crazy,
geological
but-
evidence of the dinosaur thing. We have no geological evidence of flooding.
How do you know
worldwide.
that those bones aren't bones that they put together from giants and Nephilim that were here before us?
I don't think they have giant bones. That's not a thing.
MAGA or so.
We're talking about MAGA, the thing.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you, back to the whole Trump thing.
Am I upset with them? Absolutely. There's a lot of things that I'm upset with them about. Okay. Did I vote for him? Yes, of course I did, because I couldn't take Kamala Harris serious. I'm one of them guys, in all honesty, I'm not really for just one party. I believe that there's a lot of great ideals in both parties. There's a lot of things that I agree with that Democrats that do, as far as certain civil rights and stuff like that. And then there's certain things that I don't agree with, as far as allowing the things that I really don't agree with and that I do stand with Trump on is, I think, with the whole LGBTQ thing in schools, I think let's let the kids decide what they want to do instead of indoctrinating them in schools.
Do you have that same belief for Christianity?
Same belief for Christianity.
Yeah, do you think we
Absolutely.
should be adding that to children's curriculums in schools?
Why is it a bad idea?
Because it's a doctrine, right? You don't want people to be indoctrinated at a young age.
But if you think about the way Jesus lived, most of his doctrines, I wouldn't say Jesus was.
Do you think it's bad if, somebody and they're teaching, turn the other cheek, right? Or do something like that? Is that a bad doctrine?
Like if somebody comes and you spits in your face, are you supposed to punch them in the face, or are you supposed to kill them with kindness and just kind of walk away?
Well, I think that we shouldn't be teaching young children that if they don't love a magical being,
And
they're
maybe
going to
we should punch them in the face, but
burn in hell for all of eternity. I don't think that's a good doctrine to teach kids, especially if they're trying to learn the sciences and stuff. Like people like you espousing things like a global flood happened, when you can Google this. There's no there's no science backing that at all.
it's just
So what
you can
what
Google
you have
anything, right?
become because of this doctrine is what I would say is harmful to children, like people who can't critically think when it comes to science and history and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not getting what you're saying, but no.
Again, I think
So
it's a double
that
standard. So gay people do exist. That's not a belief. Same thing with trans people. We have the science to back that trans people are a thing, and we have all of the
okay, yeah, they
scientific
do exist.
research
That is true.
saying that that's real. Teaching that is not a doctrine. That's just a fact of reality. But when we come to like talking to people about a magical person who walked on water and created all the people with clay, and talking snakes and donkeys and giants and unicorns, I don't think that's helpful for understanding the world around them.
Then what is helpful? Just corrupt
Facts of reality,
just corrupt
yes.
society at every single level, so people don't know who they are anymore and their own divine purpose that they're actually here for. Let's
Again,
just corrupt every aspect of society so people don't know
that's
who
not
they are at
corrupt.
all.
That's not
The
corrupt.
devil's
That is a
greatest
blank
plan
slate.
ever
That's a
was
blank
to pull
slate. You're
everyone
keeping
away
them.
from God.
You're keeping a blank slate, right? Like you are for forcing your religion on children, but you're not for us doing it. So why don't you just follow the same rule and keep that away from kids?
It's two different things.
What's so wrong with like gay people, LGBTQ stuff?
What's wrong with them?
Yeah, do you think you can choose to be gay?
I do.
When did you choose to be straight?
I do think it's all a choice.
I'm sorry?
I believe it's a choice. We all have the power to choose what we're going to do. All of our actions, every choice you make in life has a
I don't think you can
consequence.
choose your preferences though. So like
Or
if I told you to make your favorite ice cream vanilla right now, could you do it?
that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It absolutely does. If somebody has a preference for liking the same sex, then I think that's the same thing.
If that's what they prefer, then that's fine. But to push that agenda on everybody,
Nobody's pushing that. Like, you think you could be swayed into liking other dudes right now?
no.
So what age do you think that's a malleable thing? We don't have any science that shows that we can do that.
Right, but to infiltrate the schools and psychologically get in them kids' head, that's the problem.
What are we
Let
getting in
them
their
choose.
head about?
If
What
the
untruths?
kids want to be like that as an adult, then
That's not when they
I think it
choose,
should be
though. I think that people realize much younger than that.
maybe they do, but to help them, basically what they're doing is putting these people in there as counselors, so-called, and what they do is they're forcing that onto people. Like when you bring a drag queen in to tell a story to kids,
How common is that, dude?
and you have
How common is that?
it's pretty common.
It's never
I
happened.
mean, it's happened. It has happened. Google it.
Again,
It's happened many times.
I think it happens much more frequently
Especially
that
here in Illinois,
churches
where I
try
live.
to.
I live in a Democrat state. I live in Illinois. I live in a blue state.
There's
Right?
there's no
So
legislation or movement or entity that's going around saying this is what we want kids to think now. We were to introduce drag queens to kids, but there absolutely is that for churches, and I think this is a campaign from Trump. It's like, hey, stop teaching kids about LGBTQ. It's the same thing that Viktor Orban did in Hungary to legislate away like gay people, make it illegal, and maintain power. It was a social wedge issue. All you have to do is cast doubt on your opponents that they like kids, or that they're gay, or gay is being perverted or whatever, and you're basically fetishizing like realities of the world, and I think that that's gross, and I think that it's cheap. And the second that you hold yourself to the same uh, like accountability, you don't want to. You want to indoctrinate kids.
And the mirror that it's almost like you're mirroring yourself. Like you know that you know that this is indoctrinating children,
It's
but
not a
yet you're somehow
doctrine.
trying to gaslight me that I'm indoctrinating children, but I'm not.
It's not a
I'm not
doctrine.
doing
And
anything.
the Jesus thing, the Christianity is a doctrine. It is in fact a doctrine you are trying to introduce to kids. It's indoctrination.
But it's not a bad doctrine.
It is a horrible
There's a
doctrine, in my
difference
opinion.
between demonic doctrines and doctrines of devils and demons versus
Not everybody believes that.
doctrines of divine, huh?
We don't believe in divine or demonic. The secular people.
Well, there is. I mean, I'm sorry if you don't believe it, but
I don't.
they're there.
Again, that's magic, and I don't believe in that.
It's not magic. It's reality.
It's not reality.
If you were to die right now, which God, I hope you don't. And you know what? I really do hope you don't. But here's the thing: if you were to die right now, what happens?
Just a blanket of
You
darkness.
tell me what happens in the afterlife. You got all this Google, you got everything. So what happens as soon as the moment you die? What happens?
So since I won't have eyes or a brain or skin, I don't feel I'll be able to see, feel, or think anything.
Right, but your spirit will.
Okay, what
Right?
sensories do our
physical
spirits
bodies
have?
don't live forever. Our spirits and our souls are eternal.
I don't believe that.
It's not magic.
That is not something we can test. We have no positive testing or data that says here's this
right.
thing
Everybody
we can't
wants
figure out.
proof. Like Peter, who was the guy in the Bible? Was it Peter? He said, who basically said that I don't believe in God because I can't see Him.
Do you believe
Right.
in Allah?
Do I believe in Allah?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sure.
What about the other 3,000 gods that people believe?
I think that honestly, they're all part of the same God.
Like
And
Zeus?
then people don't know it.
You think Zeus, who created lightning? Like, I think that God is just
That's mythology.
people without. Well, it was real. It was God for people at certain points in time. That was God. So I feel like that's the same
No.
thing. You're the same thing that, those people who believed in Zeus. You're the same thing. Like, same thing with the people who believe in Mormonism and all the other weird religions that have no truth or any proof. You can cast
So
the
what
same
is the
doubt.
truth? Is it just science? Is science the new religion? Like, believe everything the scientists tell you.
I don't think science is a religion because you're not suspending the belief of the natural law.
Of course it is.
No.
In a way, it is.
It's not a religion. You don't have to, like, I don't go, I believe that that circles are round. I know circles are round. But when you espouse the word belief, you're insinuating something that may or may not be true. Like, I don't say that I believe the man who is my dad is my dad. I know he's my dad. I don't say that. I don't have faith that he's my dad. I know he is. And I know that science is science.
Okay. That the Earth is flat, stationary. It's so easy to convince any AI that the Earth with a dome. So that's another thing. They're talking about flat Earth in there. You believe the Earth is flat?
No, that's a right-wing thing.
Oh, okay. That's just a right-wing thing.
Yes.
So if the Earth was flat, or if the Earth was not flat and the Earth was round, have you ever been in an airplane before?
Yes.
Awesome. Have you ever sit next to the window in an airplane?
Mm-hmm.
and look down.
Mhm.
Okay. So, say if we take off from the United States and we go to China, right? So if you're following the globe system, which is the globe, which is what we've known for a long time, right? We've known about the globe for a long time. Eventually, that plane is going to have to dip its nose down at some point, or turn upside down if it's going all the way around the world, right? Eventually, how often does the plane, when you're in a plane, does it start to dip its nose down to stay with the curvature of the Earth?
There are mechanisms in planes that maintain an altitude.
Okay. That is true. They maintain a certain altitude in the air, yes.
Which create a slight nose tilt down.
But it does it.
Can you explain to me why it takes the same amount of time for somebody to go from Chile to China as it does from somebody to go from Chicago to China? How does that work on flat Earth?
From Chile to China from Chicago to China?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you get in a plane, you take off, and you go there, right?
And they roughly go the same speed, right?
I mean, how do you know they're going to get there at the same time?
Because we have flights that you have to be at the airport and take off at the same time. You have to be there, and the people sitting in those airplanes land at the same time.
That's not true.
I can literally just pull up a flight, like a flight planner for you, and show you that they are offering these flights, and they're the same duration. How do they do that? How do people not be late for their meetings that they have in China when they get these flights and they say that you'll be there at X time? When we have a bunch
Because
of
it's
upset
all about
people.
you got to depart at a certain time, and I mean, it's timing. That's
Yeah.
it. That's all there is.
Okay,
I had an argument with a
have
guy the other day. Actually, my stepdad, who's also a Trump supporter, but at the same time, me and him argue about flat Earth all the time. And one thing he had told me the other day, which was kind of funny, it says, in his analogy of the Earth being curvature, is imagine you're standing on a island, and you look, and there's a ship going out straight ahead, right? There's a ship leaving. Once that ship gets so far out there, it starts to look like it disappears and it goes down, right?
the bottom of it
But
starts
it doesn't.
disappearing.
But it doesn't. It's all an optical illusion. Because if you were to walk all the way out there where that boat is and turn around, it's an optical illusion. That's all it is. It's just an optical illusion. The ship didn't fall off the face
This
of the
is
earth.
why I think we shouldn't indoctrinate kids with Christianity, because your beliefs of the world are so
It's a
malleable that
It's a firmament.
everything has no science, no experts hold any meaning
Right.
to you. You're holding
No, actually there is, because if you look at all the ancient civilizations before us, NASA is the only agency in history to ever realize that the Earth is a globe or the Earth is round.
Everyone
all the Incas,
tests
the
this all
Mayans,
day,
everyone
every day.
knew that there was a firmament. Everyone knew there was a giant ice wall surrounding us.
The Mayans thought there were multiple other gods too.
Okay. But all these ancient civilizations weren't dumb. They're obviously more advanced than we are.
They weren't more advanced. They had some things. They were advanced in certain ways for their time. Like the Mayans are really good at astrology or astronomy. They were really good at building things in relation to the stars and mapping and tracking date and
And if you
time.
want to
They're
talk
okay
about
at it.
and
They
genders
weren't
and
great
gender
at it.
surgeries, they were doing that in Egypt many thousands of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So everything that we doing just keeps repeating. History keeps repeating itself.
I think that you're just finding some what's it called? Confirmation bias from other sources that are more primitive than us. And we can look at every single day science around the world, not just NASA, but every single airport on Earth relies on the round Earth model, and they have yet to hit a
Look
firmament.
at the United Nations logo. It's literally a flat Earth model. The elite know this, but here's the reason why they trap us in this mentality. It's all about control. They know the truth. They know about the UFOs. They know all the real truths out
This
there.
is the anti-government
But they
brain that
keep it
I'm talking
hidden.
about. Like you don't believe in
Anti-government.
anything.
It's like it's these same people. We're sheep. We're sheep. Why is the argument always between us and not with the system?
Because I can look at every airport on Earth relying on the round Earth model and working.
Why is the argument always between us and never with the system who corrupts it to the point where we fight each other and that's how they take control of us?
I think that's what Trump does with genders with you.
And all these different people, all these scientists coming up missing, all these different people like David Willock, UFOologist, dead, missing, April 20th, 2026. All these different people that are coming up missing are speaking out against the government and being silenced for it. When you speak against, look at Abraham Lincoln, look at Martin Luther King, look at JFK. You go against the cabal, you go against the grain, you will be dead. Look at Charlie Kirk. The moment he started speaking about Israel, dead.
Okay.
So
I don't think that
this
your
is why I'm
outlook.
anti-government. This is why I'm anti-government, because the
know.
government.
I think that you're completely neutered of critical thinking.
No, I'm not neutered to critical thinking. I think outside of the box. I actually look into everything. I don't just sit there and go based on what, some random guy on freaking Twitter or TikTok says.
Do you think that people would be hitting the firmament if they believed and followed the round Earth model using airplanes?
Okay, look up this. In 1958, there was a project called.
Can you answer that question?
What? You're talking about the firmament. This is Operation Fishbowl. Look it up. They know there's a firmament. They know that you can't break outside the firmament. When the missile in 1958, when they shot the missile all the way up into the sky, it looked like it went through water, right? And in the Bible, it talks about God made a firmament separate the waters from above and below, right? There is no. It's a firmament. I don't believe that, like the Artemis 2 mission. What's up with the zip line that went off to the left side the moment the rocket landed on? It's all Hollywood, bro. When are people going to wake up and see that this shit is Hollywood? Excuse my language. When is people going to see that a lot of this stuff is Hollywood?
I don't know. I think the more you talk, the more I believe that we should keep Christianity out of school.
Keep Christianity out of school. It always comes to an attack on Christianity. There's always, Christians are the most persecuted people that there absolutely is, because they are a threat to the evil, corrupt system.
I don't think so. I think
that's why they want Christians to be silenced so bad. What's so wrong with Christians?
I think Christians have so much herd immunity here in the United States, you would not have any case to make. I think Muslims, you guys are being openly xenophobic towards Muslims, just proves my point. You guys openly attacking like the built of the mosques or whatever in Texas, or the presence of Sharia law, but you want to enforce your own Sharia law here. You have herd immunity.
Should we make the whole world Muslim?
No, I think all religion should just go all the way away.
And then what? People shouldn't just have a belief system that should just be controlled?
I don't think you can be controlled, because religion is a form of control, but religion stops you from believing the facts about life, the facts, the reality of the world around us.
Good on him believing Christian. You only feel freedom of Christian God because it's familiar when Trump wants to air of. See, Trump's a troll, right? That's all he does. Trump is the king of trolling.
I don't think that's good or helpful as a president of the United States. If Biden or Obama picked on right-wingers and Christians, do you think you'd be cool with that?
No, I wouldn't.
So you understand what we go through when Trump trolls people, like half the country?
Did you know that Trump is doing that for attention, right? And then you guys feed into it. And then that's what he wants. You give him what he wants.
So it's not
Trump
helpful,
lives
right?
off that. I mean,
So
it's not
he's
helpful,
dividing
but
the
surely he
same
knows how
thing
to
that
spark.
the same thing that you just told me about science and how they corrupt people and they make us fight so we don't realize the truth. That's what Trump's doing when he does
Trump
that.
is Apollo. Trump is a pollen. Trump is the final guy. There's nobody going to be after Trump.
I don't know what that means, but that's scary.
There's not going to be another president.
Amy, thank you so much for the $25.
There's not. I'm sorry, but there will not be another president.
Do you think Trump's going to maintain power?
Do I think Trump's going to maintain power? I think it's going to turn into a global power. It's going to be a global government.
Can you tell me the difference between this and Hitler?
Between what?
This and Hitler?
Well, has Trump slaughtered 6 million Jews?
No, but he's responsible for about
Trump is Jewish. Trump is Jewish.
He's slaughtered about 14 million people that will die from AIDS and starvation from the cut of USAID.
Trump killed people with AIDS?
Yes.
Or did people go out and get AIDS themselves?
Trump,
I mean, let's talk about accountability.
Trump,
you guys,
Trump
you can't
is
just blame
absolutely
Trump
the
for
person.
everything, right?
Did Trump cut USAID?
Eventually, people have to hold themselves accountable.
You know that AIDS can come here, right?
Of course it can.
And you don't want to stop it?
You don't want to stop AIDS?
Yeah.
There's a cure for it.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is.
There's treatment.
But it's not
There's no
publicly
cure.
accessible. AIDS
Right.
was created.
All right, even if I concede to that being true, which I say it's not, if it's out of reach, if it's cost prohibitive, or if it's a secret that the elite are holding, people are still going to die the same, right?
Okay, yeah. Death is a part of life that we all have to face at some point.
So you have the same belief about Hitler killing the Jews, or?
Are you trying to say that I'm a Hitler supporter? Because I'm not.
No, I
think Hitler was a very evil man.
I think Trump is also a very evil man, and I think that he is a fascist.
If you look at it, if you want me to denounce Trump, I will. I'm not afraid to do that. Okay? What did Hitler do? Hitler promised to make Germany great again. That was his slogan. He did it. Then what happened? What Hitler did was he started removing everybody out of government that was not loyal to him and installed people who are only loyal to him.
Just like Trump.
Okay.
Right? Just
now
like Trump.
Yeah. That's where we can agree. We can agree on that.
Yeah, and then
Trump
he started
is
arresting
doing that.
gay people and trans people and persecuting them and burned down all of the science that had to do with
I
that.
haven't seen him arrest any gay or trans people yet.
There were 500 anti-LGBTQ plus bills that have been introduced to Congress like every year since Trump has started saying this shit. Trans people are on the third stage of genocide right now.
Yeah, but trans people are also committing suicide.
Yeah, because of social implications.
No, because they realize what they did to themselves.
That's not true.
Like, oh my God, once you realize you can't change back, of course it's going to take an emotional toll on you.
The regret rate is less than 2%, so that's not the case. When you have gender-affirming care, it's reduced by 70%, your suicidality. That's the science.
I think it's all corruption. It's just all corrupted. We need a cleansing of the earth. The earth is too corrupt. Us humans, believe that we are all powerful, almighty. You know, we believe that we're just the all in, get out, and I think we need to be cleansed.
I think that's
And I
wild. I
think
think all
within
of us.
the next 7 years, you're gonna see some of the most craziest stuff happen that you've never seen before.
And tell me about how Trump is not Hitler again, because you just said all of us are gonna die.
He's not Hitler. His name's Trump, so he's not Hitler himself. But I think Trump is worse than Hitler. If you really want to know the truth, Trump is the Antichrist. Trump is the dissolve of the Muslims. He's the Antichrist. Why do you think he posts himself as Jesus?
Because he's a malignant narcissist.
Why would he post himself as the Pope?
Because he's a malignant narcissist.
Why does he exalt himself over? Why did he say in 2018 that he was the best president for the Jews and the king of the Jews?
Because he's a malignant narcissist.
Right. And in the Bible, it warns about one man in the end that will come and will do all these things. And
Okay,
it's him.
or you could just look at him like a malignant narcissist.
Or you just, it's like the mark of, do you believe in the mark of the beast?
No.
No?
No.
You don't believe, you believe that merging with technology is a good idea?
Yes, it saves lives and increases lifespan.
But will it make you, oh, there's the lie, the great lie, the immortality lie.
I didn't say immortality, but like Canada, for instance, they live 4 years longer than us because they have socialized
The
medicine.
reason that we don't live as long, so the reason that people lived 600 years, X amount of years, a long time ago, allegedly, is because the Earth's atmosphere was a lot thicker. Like the air was thicker, the trees grew taller, people grew taller. Everything was.
All right, listen, I just got a couple of strikes from what we were talking about. Someone just paid to kick you, all right? So you're welcome to call back some other time, all right? All right, Georgia's in the chat. Can I add this to the last donation for a kick? Absolutely. Kids are taller now than ever before, yeah. Someone said caller W. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah, hey, what's going on?
What's up? Why do you like Trump?
I like Trump because, well, I don't think, I want to say this. I actually don't like Trump. The only reason I say this is because I wish he was going harder.
Why do you say that?
I think that there's been some shortcomings on deportations, and I think that there's been some short deliveries.
What do you think are the good outcomes of deportations?
Maintaining American culture.
But what about all the legal migration?
What about it?
Doesn't that cut into that?
It can. I also think that we should tamper down on migration that would temper with American culture legally.
What percent of America do you think is undocumented migrants?
What are the estimates? Speaking out of school, it's something between low estimates 15, high estimates 30. We're what, 330 to 350 million?
I think high
Somewhere
estimates are
between-
15.
I don't think no, they're not. But
Can you
that
find
would
me
be between,
one
like,
source that says otherwise?
Yeah, it wasn't Cato. It was Heritage Foundation that submitted the report to Congress on immigration that was saying it's between 15 and 30 million.
Yeah, Heritage Foundation is very partisan.
Yeah,
by the
I
way.
know, bad
Very
source, but it is a
very
valid.
partisan.
But you asked me to find you a source, and I did, and now you're saying it's bipartisan. So
Can
I
you
found
find me
you
like a
source.
neutral source, like a college or something? Now, like even your Department of Homeland Security says it's somewhere between 11 and 15.
Wait a minute. Colleges are neutral?
Yes.
Says who?
What doctrine do colleges follow?
Colleges have their own doctrine to follow. Colleges receive money just like any other institution. The bias that comes from heritage comes from its donors. You don't think colleges have the same issues?
No, the
Oh,
professors in
okay.
each classroom, they write their own rhetoric, don't they?
Professors in each classroom are tenured. The tenure comes from the institution. The institution is paid by a donor.
Yeah, they write their own stuff, and then they have it peer reviewed by other scientists.
The peer review comes from other professors from other institutions.
Yeah, so it checks it.
No, not if the other institutions also have donors, Goober.
I don't think that
What
there's
if I said the Heritage
there's no
Foundation is
ideology.
peer reviewed by other foundations?
That would be great, but they don't
Oh.
have that.
No, but I'm saying the Heritage Foundation. What if I said that a foundation that is neutral is peer reviewed by other foundations that I also call neutral, but all the foundations receive funding from an outside
So
entity?
all higher
Obviously, a
higher
silly
level
point.
learning is perverted and makes you liberal?
What percentage of professors at institutions were liberal in the 90s versus today? Has it skewed more left or has it stayed centralized?
I would say that it's skewed more left because reality
Okay.
has a left-leaning bias. I think you have to be religious in some way to be on the right. Mostly.
Reality has a left-leaning bias.
Yes.
Okay. I think fundamentally we're going to disengage on that issue because I don't know where we would go with that. Reality has a left-leaning bias, but let's go ahead and talk about the culture. Let's go ahead and talk. You said what percentage of America would you say is illegal?
It's like 4%.
I said the number is between 15 and 30. Okay, you disagree with the 30 million. So it's, from your perspective, between 5, from my perspective, between 7 and 10% of the country.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there.
And most of
What
those
was your point with
people
that?
would be Catholic, right?
I mean, I guess so if we're thinking, I haven't done the analysis on that. I guess it would be Catholic because they're mostly from South America and Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your point?
Wouldn't you guys want more of that?
No.
What can you
Why
describe
would we
American
want more
culture?
Catholics? What about American culture do you think is Catholic?
Well, I'm just saying that you guys are in this weird culture. I'm saying that you guys are in this
have you
culture
heard of the
war.
Know Nothing Party?
Stop.
Have you heard of the Know Nothing Party?
Stop.
What
you guys
percentage-
you guys are in a culture war, right? Like
Catholic.
you think that
Catholic.
you're doing this in the name of like helping America
Tell
maintain
me-
its culture, but we
Tell
don't
me
have
a
a
Catholic
culture.
founder. Tell me a Catholic framer or founder in this
I'm not
country.
saying that, I'm saying Christianity. I'm saying Christianity. You guys want the spread of Christianity. I think that's ultimately what y'all are doing, trying to legislate Christianity into schools and shit. I think
What?
that's ultimately what you guys
Okay.
are doing.
All right. There's probably some truth in that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
What's your
that
point?
Christianity
What does
has
it have
been.
to do with Catholics coming into this country from? Do you have? I'm
You-
not trying to
you
be
don't
rude, but
like-
do you actually know the distinct differences between the Catholic and Protestant fighting that led to the creation of our country, dude? That's such a silly point.
I think that a lot of the founding fathers were just deists, though, right?
No, about 80
Yes.
to 85% of the people here were Anglicans, and that equivocates to the framers as well. You're saying because Thomas Jefferson had a fucked up Bible that all the framers were deists?
No, I'm saying a lot of them were.
No,
just
a
Thomas
lot of them
Jefferson.
weren't. A lot. When you say a lot of them, I'm saying 80 to 85% of this country was Anglican at its founding.
And they did.
There was a minority. What's that?
And the
Go ahead.
very first
Sorry.
thing they thought of when they sat down and
Yeah.
they wrote the Constitution was that they don't want religion intermingled into government, right?
That is such an uneducated position. The reason that we secularized the federal government was because states had their own religions and they didn't want one religion dominating the other states.
Or they were running from
The
the
Establishment Clause
oppression
of the First
the
Amendment.
church, right?
No, what do you mean the oppression of the church?
The es-
There were framers that went to govern states and went to be in state legislatures, and they had to take oaths of office that says that they were a religion.
Okay, I still say Congress shall make no law respecting any religion. I don't care
Yes,
why you think that
Capital
happened.
C, Congress, the federal government, Congress, not legislature.
Dog,
the purpose
how
behind
many-
why Congress shall
how
make
many-
no law establishing
Are there not
religion.
state congresses?
No.
Yes,
Congress
there
is
are.
federal. It's a legislature, you
It's
idiot!
state Congress.
No, it's state.
Yes.
Congress is the federal government.
Do states
Oh
have
my
Congress?
God.
Yes.
Do you think when the framers got together, when they established post our federation, that the Congress, capital C Congress, they were talking about state governments? Do you believe that?
I think that they were talking about all of it.
Okay, so if that was the case, why framers would then go and serve in state governments where they had to take oaths of affirmation of their religion to take the governorship?
I don't know, but you can get sworn on
I
X-Men
don't
comic,
know,
right?
but that just completely destroys my argument.
But you can
get
get sworn in on any religion now, right?
No. I think we're misunderstanding each other. I'm saying in order for John Jay to take the governorship of New York, even though he was at the signing of the Constitution, where Congress shall make. Dude, this is okay. This is so established in law. But anyways, when John Jay had to do that, he had to take an oath of office to New York saying that he was a religion. Not would you like to swear? It's a you have to say you were a religion to be a governor. They didn't do away with that until 1961.
Okay. So do you believe that you believe that, like, strongly that we should be writing laws that instate religion into the government now?
Do I think? I'm sorry.
Do you think we should use the law to enforce religion?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. When you say enforce religion, though, I'm not saying we should use the law to force people to become a religion. I'm saying that we should go back to the practice pre-1961 that this country had for 200 years.
Slavery?
No, making sure that you're a religion in order to have an oath of affirmation.
I think it's arbitrary. I think it absolutely, like, perverts the system of morality when we talk about creating laws, because that's what they use to, like, justify slavery and child marriage, and they can go back to that, right?
Well, okay, so two things. First, we also utilize law to do away with those things. And second, as far as child marriage goes, I don't think there's any federal law talking about child marriage. That's left to the states. You'd agree with that, right?
Yeah, and most of those states who have, like, the lowest rate are very, like, red and religious, right?
Okay, sure.
Same thing with child labor laws. Like, I think that when we lean on religion to make morality, when we lean on religion to legislate, it can get extremely perverted. It could get disgusting. And I think that they knew that. I think that's what they knew.
90% of the laws were made pre-1961. 99% of the laws in the world of common law were made pre-1961, right?
Possibly. I don't know. I'll just concede that.
What do you mean possibly?
I haven't done the math. I didn't go around counting all the laws.
Okay, you would agree with me that common law was well established before 1961, right?
Sure.
Okay, so common law is based on all of Christianity. Do you not like common law?
No, I think that you're just. I think you could say that for most religions have the same, like, basic fundamental morality, and that you're just choosing to say that, like, oh, Christians get to take credit for all the morality we have in this country.
I'm not saying that. I'm stating a fact. I'm saying that common law is based off of Christianity. Sharia law is based off of Islam. That's your point. And you're like, oh, well, there's a lot of overlap between different religions and common morality. I'm saying the law that we operate under, you and me, is common law, and that's based off of Christianity.
So, like,
right?
not actual enforceable law, just like our social fabric that we
common law.
rely on?
Common law is enforceable law.
Common law is a legal system built on judicial decisions, custom, and precedent rather than statutory laws.
Right. You don't think common law is enforceable?
I'm trying to understand what you're saying by saying common law.
Common law, first and foremost, there's overlap between statutory and common law. Common law was we're going back to Magna Carta times. We're going to the Fourth Lateran Council. We're going back to Britain. The law was established through precedent of what other judges had laid down before. And that's still the thing that we use to this day in court.
Okay.
Like, I'm sure you love the buzzword stare decisis, right?
No, I've never heard it.
Okay, it's a very common term in the Supreme Court, that which has been decided. When we say, oh, we're going to overturn Roe, the common argument is, but stare decisis, but precedent. But what about, where are you getting this thing to overturn something? Where's the precedent to do so? That's stare decisis. And what that is common law. That's common law. We go through the precedent of previous rulings in order to establish why we should or shouldn't do something.
I get
Okay.
I get precedent. I get precedent.
Okay. So I'm saying common law, you would agree with me, is based off of Christianity. That's what we operate under. And we have operated under. So what's your problem with religion being a doctrine that governs law?
Because I think it can be extremely fetishized and
Okay, but
perverted.
it's the foundation of law.
Yeah, I know. I get that. And I think the more secular we become with law and stop leaning on weird superstition, the more productive we can be as a society.
Dude, what do you mean weird superstition? The very foundation of common law was to do away with superstition. Like, remember
But at the
when
same
you
time,
saw,
it was
like,
Christian.
it was Christian. It was the
That's
Fourth Lateran Council that did away
superstitious.
with trial by fire and trial by water.
Yeah, but you guys still have weird stuff like that, though, right? You believe, like, right
You-
now that you can talk to Jesus by talking into your hands and doing telepathy?
I don't think that. And actually, that's a really great point. What you just brought up is a really great point. Because back in the day, back in 1094 or 93 AD, when the Catholic Church was running all of Europe, and in Britain, they would go around and they would round people up and they would say, trial by water time. If you sink to the bottom, you're innocent. And they would try and drag you up as quickly as possible for that. The Fourth Lateran Council, which was the Catholic Church, they canonized, and they said that was an inappropriate use of religion, and that's not how God works. You can't call him forth mystically to pass judgment on something. It's not a freaking.
I get that, but you guys still
so they did
uphold
away
beliefs
with
like
it,
that.
and you're saying that's what we're doing.
Yes, no,
They
that
did
is
away
still
with
what
it
you're
and
doing.
established
You're like
juries.
you get no pats on the back for discontinuing the thing y'all started. You don't get any pats on the back for that.
I'm not Catholic.
I don't care. You're still religious, right? And you're trying to lean on this
Yeah, I'm
Christian
Christian.
doctrine. While you can say that
No, I'm
the
not leaning
laws
on.
were heavily
I'm not
influenced.
leaning on. I do lean on Christian doctrine personally, but in this argument right now, you're saying, oh, the more and more law becomes secular, law is bad. Law is trying to be influenced by Christianity. Christians are bad. Christians are kooky. Christians talk to
They
your
are.
hand like it's Jesus. I'm like, dude, the law that you are talking about is the foundation.
I don't
its
care.
foundations, its
I don't
pillars
want
are
people
Christianity.
who
And you're
think
like,
they
I don't
can-
care about that. It's like,
I don't
well,
want
it's wrong to
people
murder.
who
Didn't come from secularism. It
Okay,
came from
yeah.
the Bible. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
okay, but what about slavery? You're just going to talk about the New Testament, right?
Yes, slavery was bad.
Okay, but
It was
there
an
were
extremely
instructions for that,
contentious
right?
issue. It was extremely contentious issue by the framers, and many of the framers wrote that it was on its way out the door. Many of the framers said in Wealth of Nations, in 1776, many of the Scots, many of the British, they said the sheer hypocrisy of slavery, and they talked about how the free market, waged labor was cheaper than slave labor, and it was on its way out. And it was a hotbed issue that we fought, like, I don't know,
You
fucking
get
80
no
years
pats
later.
on the back for it. You get no pats on the
I'm
back
not
for
telling
it.
you to get a pat. I'm not
You
trying to
don't-
justify it.
I'm
You're
sorry.
saying, well, what about slavery? I'm saying
Yes,
this is the
You
historical
guys will
analysis of how that went
pervert.
down.
You guys will pervert the law with your religious beliefs. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about one person running for president and being somewhat religious, and then the next person saying, listen, that guy's not as religious as I am. I'm super religious. I don't think women should talk in church. I don't think that gay people should be able to be in public. I don't want that.
But that's fine. The good news for you is we're set up with a federalist system, so that isn't how that would go, even if that person wanted to do that.
You guys are trying your goddamn hardest, right?
No.
Yes.
Who's you guys?
Well, Trump and Trumpers.
Trump is trying his hardest to what?
I believe that he's literally started doing EOs talking about how the LGBTQ or anti-immigration or all these things are terrorist organizations.
I don't know about the LGBTQ thing. I think he did label Tren de Aragua a terrorist organization.
No, I'm
He
talking
definitely
about
labeled
Antifa.
MS-13 a terrorist organization.
Antifa.
Antifa, okay. I don't really think that's an LGBTQ thing, but
Well,
anyway.
also
That's also not an
LGBTQ.
immigration thing, so why did you bring that up?
We're talking about laws and how Christianity can pervert them.
No, you're talking about how Trump is trying to attack illegals and LGBTQ by labeling it a terrorist organization. And then you bring up Antifa.
Yeah, I'm talking about all the groups that he's labeling as domestic terrorists, while
Okay.
like unironically being responsible for 70 or 80% of this country's domestic terrorism.
Do you think Trump is a religious person? Because from a religious person's perspective, he's not a religious person.
Well, you'll say that now. The next person will say otherwise.
He's
everything and nothing.
Conversation.
He's everything and nothing. He does sell Bibles. He claims to be Christian, then he claims he's not Christian. I think that he has enough of a grasp on Christians that they can't actually see the reality of his character or the reality of his decisions, and they only care about his use of the federal government injecting religion into schools and doing all of that shit.
It couldn't be further from the truth. I wish that was the case.
I rest my case. I rest my case.
If your case is that this is a Christian nation historically and Christianity should be utilized by the government to some degree, yeah, you're right, because that's how it's always been.
I don't care how it's
something
been.
happened post
I care about how it ought to be.
Okay, you think, what do you want? What your ought to be?
I would like the right to stop trying to indoctrinate children in schools.
Okay. What does that even mean?
I'm talking about in Texas, where the 10 Commandments are listed in all of the classrooms. I'm talking about in Oklahoma, where they tried to use $60 million worth of Trump Bibles to go into their schools, even though they already had them in their iPads. I'm talking about all of the crazy politicians trying to change names of bridges and highways and airports and monuments for Trump because they think he's a holy figure.
Okay, so what I'm going to say is, if you would like that, do you agree with me that it is antithetical to the majority of our nation's history?
Yes, I don't care. There's a lot of ugly history.
Okay.
Conservatism's always want to lean on these delicious parts that they like so much and leave out the slavery or Jim Crow or segregation. You guys love all of the juicy bits, but none of the details.
No, we can talk about anything. I feel like you've tried to hit me pretty hard on slavery, and it's like I'm not pro-slavery. It was a 50-50 split issue that went poorly for the framers.
Yeah. Were the 50% that were for it, were they Christian or no?
Yeah, they were Christian. Yeah, I would agree with you that slavery was a Christian issue where both sides that were for and against it were Christians, and the Christians that were against it won out.
And I would say the Christians that were against it were probably progressive, which would be the kind of Christians that I agree with and side with, the people who want Christianity out of the government.
Progressive.
Yes.
Progressive. The Christians that were against slavery back in 1861 or from the 1840s, 1860s would probably have drawn and quartered you, dude. The progressive.
Yeah, they were progressive for their time, right?
Progressive for their time?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if they were progressive for their time. They were probably just fundamentalists on this issue.
No, they weren't. They were literally trying to undo the old world thinking that you guys held on to. Right? That's progressivism.
The old world? What do you mean the old world thing? Do you think that Britain was progressive in 1782?
No.
You don't? Because they were one of the primary drivers of outlawing slavery.
Yeah, we did slavery much later than most of the developed world using Christianity.
So you'd agree with me that in 1782, relative to other countries, Great Britain was progressive?
No.
But they outlawed slavery.
That's progressive versus like the very fundamentalist Christians that were here. But when we talk about relative progressivism, when we talk about the two parties present. Okay, we talk about the two parties present.
I said relative to the time.
Okay, no, I'm talking about Britain was progressive to the other party. So like me, in this country, I'm progressive. But according to Britain, I'm not. I'm like on the right.
Yeah, there's an Overton window. I agree. But you just said Britain wasn't progressive for 1780.
No,
why?
I wouldn't say no, because they literally we were running
because they
from
colonized?
That, right? We were
because they colonized
too.
Okay, So you'd agree with me that even though a country can become morally, virtuous on one issue, they still don't remain progressive, right?
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about the
Okay,
progressive party
so
here.
yeah, now let's go back. Let's go from a nation to an individual. You'd agree with me that just like a country, an individual can be morally progressive on an issue, but holistically not progressive, right?
Yes, but when we talk about the
Okay,
Overton window
so
of that time in
yeah,
America, or whatever you call
yeah.
it, that they were progressive, pushing away. They were trying to go, listen, I don't think we need to keep leaning back to these old ways of thinking. We should think about better ways. That's progressivism, right?
Okay. Let me just run with that. Let's say that your framing of how you think things were back then is right. So your position is that de facto, because they were right on this issue, that progressivism is good.
Mm-hmm.
That's not, no, don't, that's a bad idea. You could probably find one thing that you're like, oh, we should retain this in society. This is a conservative value now. And now you're not going to then go, well, all of conservatism is good, because you don't think it is.
I think
So
conservatism
why
is
isn't that because
useless.
progressives were, you think conservatism is useless? You think
Yes.
conserving that which has worked historically is a bad idea?
Yeah, it depends on what you consider working. I would argue that a lot of the ideas that y'all are trying to
Working?
conserve don't work. Like the Bible Belt is the capital of all of the bad statistics nationally for abortion, for school shootings,
The Bible
for
Belt.
yes.
Can you think, what if we were to extend that to race? Could I find a racial belt that extends to all these issues? Pickles?
You would more align more accurately with poverty
With the
than
Bible
race.
Belt, right? But
No,
you'd
you would
align with
you
the
would look at
Bible Belt, the
poverty.
Deep South, right? You'd look at
You
the
would look
Deep
at
South
poverty
and you'd go,
levels. You look at
yeah,
poverty
they would
levels
be
and the people
they
who
would
may
be
be
linked.
even
They'd be
more.
causally linked.
Yeah, maybe you could look at the people that are in those states that are still subject to the conservative thinking that carries prejudice and racism
Have
and
you done your own
oppression.
analysis of your own position if you're going to attack mine? Have you done the same exact analysis with yours?
Yes, I look at this through the lens of economic data before anything,
Really
and
quick,
this is how I pick
just
apart
because.
social issues.
So you have looked at the Bible Belt crime versus poverty crime, and you found distinct differences.
No, there's poverty,
Oh,
a lot more
okay.
poverty in the
So
Bible Belt, and you're going to tell me, oh, it's black people, right?
I'm not going to. Your argument, not mine.
You said race. I'm going to assume you're not talking about white people, right?
Don't assume.
Okay, what race were you talking about?
I don't know. You tell
Okay,
me.
yeah, real quiet now, huh?
No, it's black people, of course.
Okay,
I'm not shy on the issue.
yeah, okay, there you go.
I'm saying that you're linking race to poverty, and then you're
No,
not
I'm
doing the
linking
same thing with
poverty to
religion.
crime. I'm linking poverty to crime, not race
No,
to
you're
poverty.
linking loads of issues to religion.
No, I'm
You're
linking
saying
things like high school
abortion,
dropouts.
crime, all these things
Yes.
are in the Bible Belt.
High school dropouts, life expectancy, teen
Yeah.
pregnancy, divorce rates, all of those things are the capital
You're
of the
linking
Bible
all
Belt.
that to religion. Why
Yes,
have you done
because
the
it's
same analysis
regressive.
and linking that to poverty? And you found a delta.
I think that poverty is and the economic activity that doesn't happen in those states is linked to conservatism.
Wait, okay, but now we've got three distinct terms we're talking about. One is poverty, one is race, the other was religion, and now you're bringing in conservatism.
I think that conservatism and religion have a huge overlap. And the outcomes of those
Okay.
states and their economies are mostly determined by regressive, brain dead economic
Really quick though,
stuff.
you just said huge overlap, but there's enough distinction that we shouldn't use them interchangeably, right?
Yeah, and I've been distinct.
Well, then why are you using it interchangeably?
I'm not. I'm being distinct. I think there's a lot of relationship there.
Well,
but I'm
now
not saying
you're not because we were talking about religion and race, and then poverty got brought in, and then you brought in conservative. So
you
which
brought
one
up
are we
race,
talking about?
and I said
I did, yeah, no. I brought up race. You brought up religion. I responded with race, and you said, well, let's link that to wealth and
Mhm.
poverty. And I'm like,
Mhm.
okay. And then you're like, but now we're going to link crime to conservatism.
Mhm.
And I was like, wait, but there's enough distinction
Conservatism
between
creates
religion and
poverty.
conservatism.
Conservatism creates poverty. Poverty creates crime.
Conservatism creates poverty.
Yes.
Dude, okay, let's arguing 101. you keep on bringing in these brand new. You're throwing spears and stuff. You keep on bringing in brand new things.
You want to keep auditing
Okay.
and stancing your position? You just don't want to talk about what I'm saying?
No, I want to talk about it. I'm just saying we are going to spiral out of control if we don't narrow this down. That's why I'm trying to make this
Do you think there's a
distinction.
causal link
We
between
can do this.
poverty and crime?
Causal link?
Yes.
Corollary, certainly. Not causal.
No,
There
you
are
don't
there are
think
poor
that,
people
that
that don't.
poverty
Do
creates
you think
crime?
poor people? Do you think all poor people commit crime?
No, I think there's a
Do
definite
you think
causal
all
link.
crime is done by poor people?
No.
Okay, so then it's not causal, it's corollary.
I think that you're just saying, like, I think you have correlation and causation a little jumbled in your head. I think that correlation,
don't.
like the same way that more people, the same spike in America where we see a lot of ice cream consumption.
I don't have this jumbled in my head.
Hold on.
have this jumbled in my head.
Okay, does ice
man.
cream consumption cause murder?
I don't know, man. Does it?
No.
I don't know.
There's a correlation. There's a correlative
There is?
link. Yes.
There's a correlation between ice cream and murder.
Yes.
Okay, fine. I disagree with that, but I'll let you
There's
run
a
with your
chart I can show
example.
you. There's a little direct correlation.
Sure.
Yes.
Science cock. Fucking science cock, dude. Dude, every American that I know has eaten ice cream.
Exactly.
What the fuck is your point?
Exactly.
There's a correlation
I'm saying
because it's 100%.
When I talk about poverty,
There's no way it's corollary. Every American's eating ice cream.
Exactly. It's only correlated. There's no causal relationship. There's no causal relationship between ice cream and murder.
You asked me, is poverty and crime causally connected? I
Yes.
said no. And then you're like, yeah, it is. And I'm like, does one mean the other happens? And you're like, no to both. I'm like, therefore it's corollary. And then you said I got these jumbled up.
You just think it's
I don't
coincidence.
think that poverty causes crime. I don't think crime
coincidence.
causes poverty. I think
Poverty
they're
and
corollary.
crime are causally related, with economic disadvantage acting as a major risk factor for criminal activity. This is on PubMed.
You genuinely believe that if you are poor your entire life, you are causally connected to crime.
You are more prone to be to turn to criminal thinking. Yes.
Let me stop right there. The more prone language would be corollary.
No. I'm saying it's not one for one causal, but it's not corollary. It's a literal causal relationship.
I would say that if you're trying to make the point that as a system, poverty writ large, crime comes from poverty, like as a concept, I would agree with that. I would agree that.
So it's not corollary, it's causal.
Crime doesn't necessarily cause poverty. I don't think that it is causal in the way that you're using it. I think you're the one who's obfuscating causal.
In every academic paper I found online.
Because when you just brand and you just take a broad brush and go, poverty and crime are causal, I'm like, that's not, no.
Dude, I don't think you understand the word causal. I don't think you understand it because you would have to say that diabetes and sugar are only correlated in relationship. No, it's causal. Does everybody who eats sugar become diabetic? No. But it's causal, bub.
No, you would you agree with me if I said people that consume excess amounts of sugar get diabetes? There's a correlation between excess sugar consumption and diabetes because there's people that consume excess amounts of sugar and don't get diabetes, right?
I don't think you've read enough medical or scientific studies to understand. This
is not a contentious point.
You are literally negative IQ on this. I'm sorry, man. Sorry.
Oh my goodness, this is so bad. Can we get back to the point I was trying to make about American culture? We've deviated so far from this.
Yeah, I think that you guys trying to legislate culture at the detriment of our economy is sad and disgusting.
Politics is a legislation of culture.
No.
What is politics if not a legislation of
no, legislating cultural norms is literally like George Orwell fucking disgusting. No.
No. Okay. What is politics then, if not a legislation of culture? If that's not a derivation,
it's a legislation of social preferences.
Okay. Social preferences. What is social preferences?
You can make a
culture?
case
Would you?
that this is
Okay, so I
you
made
can,
the case, and you
but
disagree
for
with it.
every culture in in the United States, which there's I don't know an infinite amount,
There's not an
there's
infinite amount. There's like 3.
oh my god, really
What?
3? There's
I
all
mean,
3
there's
whole cultures in the United States.
okay. There's one fucking dude practicing Zoroastrianism in rural Arizona. Do you consider that now a culture which
No,
which
but
America is delegated?
we have like the whole town of Springfield, Ohio, full of like 80,000 Haitians. And then we have an entire community in Dallas, Texas that is Vietnamese. And then we have an entire community that is Indian. We have an entire community that is Hispanic. There are tons of more
Okay,
than there's
let's
more
run
than
with
2.
this, actually. I actually like this. I actually like what you're going with this. So you're saying, hey, there's these pockets of cultures in America,
Mm-hmm.
right? And there's distinct. And I'm saying, okay, I want to preserve overall American culture. Part of American
What does
culture,
that
you can.
mean?
I mean, it's very simple. It's Western European values that have been promulgated throughout our Constitution and the people that settled here.
So you want to
It's
go
not
back
complicated.
to describe to me the culture that you want to that you are preserving by I don't know doing all the deportations of people in Latin America. What culture that is here that shouldn't be here? Like I would argue that that is a huge culture present in the United States. It's part of the American culture that these people are in a melting pot of all the cultures, and we all figure out how to assimilate and deal with each other. Besides the right can't assimilate to
Assimilate
American
and deal
culture.
with each other?
Yes.
Assimilate and deal with each other. Name a place anywhere in the world where there's assimilation of disparate cultures and it's worked out well. Name any place ever.
Canada.
Canada, I would not say it's working well.
They're ranked top in the world in like many different charts. So how
Okay.
is it not working
Okay. Because I see there's 2 distinct parties in Canada that have constant tension for what culture should dominate. You've got the rights that are generally anti-Muslim. You see a
Xenophobic.
remigration in.
The
Okay,
right is xenophobic,
fine.
just like our right, just
No,
like
but-
every other
but
right
you're-
on earth.
but
And then the
that-
left
okay, you're
is
missing
open
the
and
point, though.
welcoming.
But you've lost your point by the virtue of the fact that there are xenophobic people that have a strong presence in Canada. I would say it's not working.
I think that they're xenophobic because of few people espousing these ideas and creating political parties out of it.
Do you think that the xenophobia that runs in Canada is like plagued the conservative side of Canadian politics?
I think it's plagued every conservative side of every world politics. Every
Yeah,
political party.
but right now, I mean, we can go. I'll go down any rabbit hole with you to my knowledge. I mean, I can't tell you about, Kazakhstan, but if you want to go through Western countries and you want to say that xenophobia is a problem in all Western country politics, although I think in many first world Asiatic countries, there's also a lot of what you call xenophobia. You'd agree with me, Japan is extremely xenophobic, right?
Yeah, they are.
Okay. So if that's the case, then I would say it hasn't been successful because it's not being accepted writ large. I would say there's probably at any given point in time, 40 to 60% of people in any of these countries are either conservative or liberal. Like it doesn't have a wide, it's not like 90% of people are liberal and 10 are conservative. It's 40, 60 usually. That's the ranges. So it's not going well.
I think there's a
It's
line
not
you can draw.
working.
There's a line you can draw, but there's like 5 parties in Europe, right? Like in the UK. Like it's not just 2. There's not just a dichotomy. There's people with like mild racism who are okay to put up with that, but that they have ideas of helping the working class. And then there's I think that the party here in the United States and the far right party in Germany and the far right party in the UK, they all have this like brainless, do whatever it costs, eject these people, and our problems will be solved. And if you sit there and just like look at the economic data for that, like for 1 second, you'd be like, "Oh my God, that's really bad."
This is what blows my mind about liberals like you. It seriously fascinates me. I'm being sincere when I say this. It was not more than 10, 15 years ago, maybe a little bit longer, maybe 20, but certainly in the 90s onward, that liberals, they were very, very like anti-economy in this sense. They were anti-capitalism. They were like, listen, we can have economic growth. We should protect the worker. We should protect it through labor, through unions. That was the talking point of socialism.
That was one of the best golden ages of American economy, wasn't it?
Okay. Really quick. To a degree, it was. You're not necessarily wrong.
Dude.
Hold on. Well, it was in the sense that the average worker in America had a good life, had a decent working class life. In the sense that, was it like maximum output GDP? No, it wasn't. It slowed down GDP.
The wealth gap was low.
Okay, well, the wealth gap was lower. The wealth gap was lowest pre-income tax.
It was tiny. The wealth gap was low in 1980. We fucking danced with the top 10%. We were literally neck and neck all throughout history up until the 80s, until Reagan fucked up just about everything.
Okay, fine, whatever. The point I'm trying to make about this, right, is it was all about protecting the labor and the union of the country, and that's where you get serious immigration execution by the left. They were like, get a fucking wall, deport the fuck out of people, get them out of the country, because it lowered the wages of the labor of union.
Yeah, but
and
we have new economic data.
You got Bernie Sanders going, mass immigration is a conservative grift for people like the Koch brothers, people on the far right, titans of industry that want to lower it. And then you're like, well, what's wrong with immigrating 20 million people of a different culture into the country to be a permanent slave class? What's wrong with that? You don't like that? It's like, this is so fucking weird.
Okay,
how the right is now arguing for immigration.
I'm going to read off a few statistics, all right?
I don't give a fuck about the economy. I know you don't,
because you're a conservative.
Okay, fine. If that's what it is to be conservative, and to make sure that you need to be a citizen of this country and an American, and your rights should be protected to the nth degree.
Again, I don't think it does anything for those things. Mass deportation is literally just a social issue that they've sold you will fix some of your problems, when it's going to lower your wages, right? And it's going to create. I
haven't made that argument otherwise. I came on here and said it was culture I want to preserve. What point are you trying to make to me?
I know. You're preserving culture at the detriment of our economy.
Yeah.
It's sad.
I don't think without culture, there is no economy. There's a lot of people in their right mind. Without culture, what is it that we are preserving by having a strong economy?
You're preserving
nothing. What is it? Just for the purpose of making more money?
No matter what you do, there are going to be Indians. There are going to be Vietnamese people. There are going to be people that migrate here legally. So mass deportation of undocumented migrants do nothing for your culture war.
Well, two things on that. First, I would argue that the legal migration of individuals into the country is far less than the illegal migration, number one. Number two, I also made the assertion that I want to tamper down on legal migration as well. Yeah, I think American culture is crumbling at the moment, and I can think it's distinct. I think that you can read the Federalist Papers, you can read 1 through 81, and they'll talk about culture being something that was of utmost importance. It was customs, currencies, ancestry, and culture.
Some dude who championed slavery thinks was very important. I don't care. I think what ought to be is more important than what used to be.
Do you think the Fifth Amendment is important?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you shouldn't, because you don't care what some dude who owns slaves has to say. So what the fuck is your point then? Why do you think it's important?
I don't think it's all or nothing. I don't think it's all or nothing. I think that we can look at some of the things they did through utilitarian lens and be like, okay, we can keep that, and we can get rid of some of these other things that were harmful.
The Federalist Papers were utilized in constructing many of the amendments in the Constitution itself. Your response is, I don't care they own slaves. I say, well, what about the amendments that they construed? You say, well, they're really important. So they're important, Pickles.
Here's some nuance. You don't have to like.
They owned a slave,
you don't have to love all of them. I don't hold all of the things they wrote and thought.
I'm saying that you can't just disregard my point because they owned a slave.
Yes, I can.
I'm saying engage with me on the point.
I am. I'm saying that
your
you're arbitrarily.
So the point isn't relevant. I'm saying fuck the slavery. Why is the point bad?
Okay. because all of these other things that you're just like looking at these old people and saying this is what they thought and I think we should bring that back, and I don't care, because you would also have to bring back some of the other horrible shit. We can look at some of the things they did do on accident that was great, and we can keep those things.
You just, again, Pickles, debate 101. You've completely pulled that out of thin air, that by virtue of the fact that we want to preserve culture, we now have to bring back slavery. Why?
Yeah, I know. You're arbitrarily cherry picking some of the things that you like that they did. And I say, I don't care about their ideas that were great. I say we should use our own fucking brains right now and say, here's what we should do. Hey, this is the new idea we should do. This is what would better work.
Yeah, okay. In using our brains, we're going to look to what has worked.
Okay, and what are you alluding to has worked? We have nothing but the oppression of multiple minority classes by your party to feel better than everyone else.
I told you what worked indirectly through a question. I said, name a country historically where you've seen mass migration of individuals come in from a completely distinct country and it worked out well. You say Canada, I say there's clearly tension between the parties. It's not working out. You're like, yeah, they're bigoted. I'm like, okay, yeah, it's not working out. So do you have an example where it's worked or not?
Yes. So the most diverse countries on Earth and the most homogenous countries on Earth, there's no pattern economically or culturally where things got so bad because they were so diverse that we had to do something, that things broke. That's not a thing.
It is literally exhaustively discussed and engaged on the fall of Rome. It's literally why Rome fell.
I think that
is verbatim lie.
Okay, but I think that we have modern issues today.
It's verbatim by an empire that was 2,000 years strong, crumbled.
Okay, we have multiple other countries we can look to that have things like universal healthcare that are just leaps and bounds ahead of us, and they are more diverse.
Like what? Like what country?
Canada, Switzerland,
okay.
Sweden.
Okay, Switzerland, Sweden. How about Norway? Denmark, Finland. How about those? Yeah,
extremely progressive.
You mean the most culturally homogenous countries on planet fucking Earth?
Norway is still very progressive.
Norway is 93 or 94% white.
Yeah, but they're fucking socialist and they have national claims to some of the resources.
Yeah,
so yes,
obviously they're socialists because they're culturally homogenous. Obviously.
So
that's the point that I've been trying to make. You're like, listen, universal health care is great. I just named a bunch of countries where all the culture is the exact same and there's like little to no migration into the country. Sweden, I think it was Sweden or Switzerland just passed a law that says in order to become a citizen of Sweden, you have to take a test that shows you know Swedish value, you speak Sweden, you've been there for 8 years, and then their migration is still absurdly low. And you're like, well, look at them.
Dude,
look at Norway.
Sweden has like a 30% migration.
I'm like, yeah, because everyone's the same culture.
Sweden has like a 20 to 30% migrant population, bub.
You're telling me Sweden's percentage of migrants is 20 to 30% of their population? Yes. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
All right, I'm going to look it up.
By immigration.
Migrant.
20% of Sweden's population has a foreign background. 2.1 million. Hold on.
Roughly 26%.
Hold on. When were these people immigrated into Sweden?
Does it matter?
Yes.
Why?
Of course it matters.
Why?
Because how long does it take for you to see if something works or doesn't work? If it was done last year or 2 years or within the past 3 years.
Oh, so okay, it says Sweden's population is foreign-born, representing over 2.1 million people. When including residents born in Sweden with 2 foreign-born parents, this figure rises roughly. So they actually do have a lot of
Following
people who have generational
refugee crisis,
parents.
Sweden has adopted a stricter immigration policy, resulting in record low asylum applicants in 2024. It's so unbelievably apparent that if this is the case, that Sweden is now saying they don't want to do it.
I get it.
So
I get
it's not working.
People are easily swayed by conservative politics, and they get in their feelings about this. It is a very easy campaign to run. Hitler did it. It's very easy to get control of a populace by saying, "Hey, look at these people. They're others. They're othering. We're going to other these people. Look at trans people. Look at migrants. You guys have nothing but social wedge issues that can't be fixed with mass deportation. And we're going to be looking at bankrupting ourselves doing this."
I'm about to concede something to you. You are correct, and I was wrong. Sweden has a population that it looks like it's between 15 and 20 or 15 and 25%, right? of it is foreign born. It looks like they're rejecting it. And I think you know that. Because when I just said the 2024 thing, you were like, yeah, da, da, da. So it's not working.
Listen,
It's
this
not
this could happen.
working.
That's not even true. What you're saying, you can make the same case for us and be like, "Oh, look, it's not working." Even though we're one of the most diverse countries on the planet, this mass deportation will not fix any of it. They're just leaning on your guttural reaction, your bigoted stance on other cultures. Your
This is bigoted.
xenophobia.
I think I've been very. When you say bigoted, I'm well read and educated on this issue.
No, I'm saying
the bigoted.
What
The
does
bigoted
bigot
position
mean?
is when I bring.
What does
When I
bigot
say
mean?
bigot, I say unlearned.
No.
What would you say
Bigot
bigoted
means
is,
holding on to beliefs with no reason.
I've given you my reason.
Yeah, and you're claiming that cultural, cultural preservation is one of your reasons, but we can look around and there's not a single homogenous culture around here. I'm in Texas and it's so fucking diverse, it's insane.
Dude, the people in Frisco, Texas are losing their fucking mind.
Over one murder. I know. It's bigotry.
No, I'm not talking about the murder. I'm talking about the Indian population. You don't think that there is a culture in America that is well established and that foreign cultures disrupt that well established culture?
No, I
Like,
think
you really not believe that?
I think that politicians can run on that, but when you actually look at data,
No. I'm not talking about politicians. I'm not talking
out.
about data. I'm talking about you live in Louisville, Kentucky, and you've lived there your entire life, and your grandparents lived there. You have been in that city. Your family's been in that city for 150 years, and then you have a mosque. There's their Muslim call to prayer, and you go, "What in the fuck is that sound?"
Yeah, I know it's xenophobic.
It's not.
It's
Xenophobia
very
is the
easy
idea of
to
not
convince a
liking foreigners
population
in
to
your
buy.
native
It's
background,
very
right?
easy to get a population to buy into xenophobia. It's very easy.
Yeah,
That's
it's
you.
because it's natural. I agree with you. It's because you want to preserve what you know. If it's
Or
good,
you're
you
scared of
speak.
what you don't.
If it's bad, you.
Yeah.
It's not that I'm scared of what I don't. I feel like I know a lot about these disparate cultures, and I like my culture. Listen, why is it that Muslims are allowed to like their culture? Why can't I like my culture? Why can't I like American culture? Why
You
can't
can
I
like
want
it,
to preserve
but you
that?
can do it without
Muslims want to preserve
attacking
it.
others.
This
Someone paid.
idea, I'm
Someone
not
paid to
attacking.
kick you.
It's not attacking.
You can call back
Fucking
tomorrow, all
retard.
right?
You're an idiot.
Big shout out to Cameron for the kick. Cameron says, "Love what you do, and you should play Mouse PI for hire." Thank you so much, Cameron. Yeah, what is American culture? You can't really describe it. It's so silly. It's so what are you preserving? What are you preserving by fucking up the economy? Fucking it up really bad. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. There's not going to be a point where all these people are deported and you look around and you're like, I'm happy now. There will never be a point. It could be 1%. It could be 20%. You would still be just as enraged if a politician came around and espousing xenophobic bullshit. That's a weakness. That is a character flaw. The phone line is back on, and we are accepting more debates. I had MAGA coming here one time telling me that they were upset because they walked through a grocery store and they heard someone speaking a foreign language, and that got to them. How weak of a person do you have to be upset by that? Like, extremely weak, extremely unintelligent. You always have the best hats. Yo, thank you. Someone says, I only eat burrito tacos because Trump is the GOAT. Right? Like, this motherfucker, this guy's gonna go and buy fucking tacos today. He's gonna go buy and eat tacos today, unironically, and he's gonna say, I love American culture. We need to preserve it. Someone on YouTube goes, that doesn't make me racist. It's called xenophobia. That's just xenophobic. It's no better. Dude, I went to 7-Eleven the other day, and the person who worked the 7-Eleven was probably Middle Eastern something. Probably spoke a different language as well. And I think I was like 16 cents short. He's like, "Don't worry, I got it." My culture. Like, dude, that person, I want all of those people here. I want all of the people that are like that here. My call-in number isn't working. My last phone call was 20 minutes ago. You have to not block your number when you call. 16 cents. Yo, Corey, I'm sorry. I need to route my audio to where my guests can talk to the YouTube phone, but I haven't done it yet. It's too tricky. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
The Jews are behind it. Netanyahu's run the show. You know that, right? Israel runs the show now, not the United States. You know that, right?
Hey, man. So you can make a differentiation. All right, I'm gonna help you become less bigoted today.
Hitler was right about the Jews. I wish Hitler was.
All right, that's not a good start. Chat, those are your people. MAGA, that's your friend. Yeah, I, for instance, am a United States American. I do not identify as whatever party supports Trump. So when people say I hate the United States of America, talking about the actions on the world stage, they're obviously not talking about just me and all Americans. They probably have a hate for Trump and MAGA, which is what you should do. You should differentiate your hatred between Jewish people and Netanyahu or the state of Israel. You can hate the state of Israel and not espouse hatred for an entire class of people. That's just low IQ stuff. I think that's literally fundamentally like bad schemas, bad schema work. Same person calling back. Yo, friend, we don't let Nazis come up. We have extremely radicalized people, like North Korean level radicalized, that are willing to commit economic suicide for, I don't know, Trump to get rich, to deport a few dozen immigrants. No room for nuance in the fascist brain. Thank you, Dog Waffles. It's true. Harvard did a study. There's a study that just links racism to low IQ, and it makes sense. It's like someone looking at a horse and going, "That's a dog." You're just dumb. My drinking kava. I don't think I was ever drinking kava. Yeah, that Yahtzee keeps calling, man. I don't normally dox people, but I don't know if that guy deserves a working phone number. Is there is kava? Oh no, you know what? I did try kava. I tried kava once. There was like a kava store near me, and I tried it once on accident. It's okay. I think it's like addictive. Tastes like dirt. Yeah, that's true. It just like makes your tongue go kind of numb. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Also, if you haven't followed, be sure to follow the stream. My pay links are in my link tree, and if you're trying to kick somebody, it's $40. Or if you just want to buy my dog her next set of treats, I would love you for the end of time. It's just champagne. You must be thinking of matcha, not kava. I'm thinking kava. Kava, the root? It's like a root, right? Do you have a PO? I can send you liver dog treats for my company. Dude. Message me. Message me. Kava's like a restaurant. Oh, well, Kava is a restaurant, but it's also a drink. It's a plant in the pepper family, from which a psychoactive beverage is made from its root. The drink, also called kava, is traditionally prepared as water-based suspension and is known for anxiety-reducing effects. The WHO has deemed moderate traditional consumption acceptably low risk. It's toxic to your liver, though. Is social media my main source of income? It is. It is. I will be here until MAGA, I guess, passes away. Like from old age, because they'll definitely not deconstruct anytime soon. It's effectively Zanny? Whoa. All right, we've got the phone line back up. If you are not a Yahtzee, you're welcome to call in. Livers are overrated. Cecil, what? Cecil, you don't consume like that, do you? Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
A former one.
I'll let you say something real quick if you want, unless you're still conservative.
I am still very much conservative. Just I really regret voting for Trump. I'm I mean, my grandma, she's old guard Democrat, so like she's very conservative, and I get a lot of my conservatism from like old school politics more so than the modern type of thing.
Have you ever looked at it through the lens of the economy?
Yeah, yeah. Um, I, I'm kind of a like a bit of like a communist in some ways. I believe in giving people rations and stuff of like dried goods and food and like providing housing, and I think that the free market should take care of everything after that. But
I don't know if that.
I think that we have enough surplus in production through mass farming means to provide enough for everyone to have a bit.
I don't know how that idea would like survive conservatism, but
Well, so I'm very much in favor of farmers' rights, their rights to keep their farm, keep working their farms and whatnot. I just I don't think they should lose that because their families have put in such a large amount of a large amount of time over the generations to acquire the equipment and the means to maintain that sort of thing. The communist revolution in Europe definitely proved that removing the farmer class from the means of production is a terrible thing.
I mean, sure. Like we kind of nationalize, like without actually doing it, we've nationalized farming. We subsidize the absolute piss out of it. I would say conservatism, especially the MAGA party, has completely trashed farming, and we have like a 56% increase in farming bankruptcies today due to this like isolationist bullshit policy, tariffs, and just the way that they mingle in the economy with taxes and stuff. They've completely just
Are you against total isolation? Like, how far against isolation are you? Because like I feel like I'm a Latino. I feel like we should at least close the borders to the continents of North and South America for a while. Let the melting pot really homogenize and just kind of
I don't think that's going to do
let
anything.
the old world do their thing.
So
do what?
If you actually look at this objectively, instead of like thinking about stupid wedge issues like social and cultural norms, because I think we have no business trying to force one way or the other. I think that's just like gross. It gets dangerous and creates like social like infighting. But if you look at things like population decline, we are going through population decline, and deporting people goes against every single like metric that's good for the economy. Every single one of them.
Oh no, I don't think we should deport people, but I don't think we should let anybody else in.
Okay, but we're still going to be in population decline.
I mean, I feel like we need to stop hating our neighbors to the south. Well, and sure. I say that as like I'm. This really hits home for me because I do pass for white. I'm very light skinned. I could walk in and probably only pass for like an Italian or something. But I'm very culturally Latino. It is, and that's important to me. I understand that might not necessarily be a thing for you, but I kind of blame the like American Protestantism for that more than anything, because like family is still very much a deep thing for people where I'm from.
Yeah, I don't think that people migrating to America hurts your family, does it?
Um,
Can you name a way it hurts you?
I think that we need to work on integrating the people who are already here. But like the people like there need I think that there needs to be work done to not to look at a white Hernandez and a brown Hernandez and realize, oh yeah, they're just people who are just part of a great American melting pot.
I don't know how that's hard. Like, I think we can easily do that.
Um,
We do it every day. In fact, most of the people crying about this are in rural America who don't see anything other than their fucking cousins every once in a while. Like, I don't I don't think this is a real issue. I think that they can be swayed by the media to feel upsetsies about this, and I think it's like negative IQ brain rot. But
well, I don't think you quite know what it's like to grow up light-skinned in a dark family.
oh, well, okay. Are you saying that you're against the prejudices you receive for your skin color?
I think that it goes both ways, and somebody who looks the way that I do can certainly be discounted as whitewashed, and have my voice silenced in certain rooms.
So you understand that at a larger scale, it's the opposite and it's even more harmful. And the reason they even have that prejudice is because of how oppressed they have been historically and by certain parts of the country and certain political parties.
I think that this certainly hits a lot more home for me because I have dark family members, dark siblings.
I don't have that, and I would say I'm more sympathetic than you being for the diversity that we have here in America. Like, I don't think there's going to be some magical assimilation thing that happens over the course of 10 years. I think it just automatically happens. Like, think about the Irish, think about the Italians, think about all of the Hispanics who've been here multi-generations. All of those people ended up assimilating. There's no, like, time period that we need to pause and stop. I think that socially, the outrage comes from the top down. So, like, rich people that want to get your
but there's
vote.
no accountability when it comes to people who come here and stay here undocumented.
Why is that so important to you? Like, there's no accountability for the people that speed all the time too, and I would say that's far less benign.
Well, I think that my sister deserved to have a father who didn't end up knocking up my mother, and then just leaving her to go be with a woman and then, like, get treated like shit by that entire part of the family. I think that...
Is your family conservative?
It's a mix.
I just don't feel like that's a liberal thing.
No, but it's certainly downstream of lived experience.
I think that, like, the persecution of people who don't have, like, the perfect status in the United States is just rich people conning you into being upset because there are far more important issues we could tackle with our resources, like things that would save lives and stuff. Like, I think this is silly bullshit. It's literally just child's play. Did you know that this is my favorite statistic? 23 people were murdered by undocumented migrants last year. And if you want to talk about the actual things that come up when people don't, quote unquote, assimilate, it would be breaking of crimes, the things that we've put in place that we all have to live by. That's as close as we're going to get to assimilating, right? Like as one. Otherwise, you have people that like certain different types of music, different types of lifestyles, dress certain ways. There's not one American way to dress. Right? Like, I think that you're really talking about silly patty cake stupid shit when you talk about the social like grievances of seeing different people walking around amongst us. Like, and the thing is, the mass deportation thing, nobody has thought about it in the lens of like the economy that I've talked to on the right. They don't care. And it's that powerful. It's that powerful. The bigotry and the othering and the xenophobia is so powerful. They're willing to go broke. And I think that causes even more problems. That causes more crime, too.
Okay, but creating children with no intention of rearing them also puts those children at greater risk of poverty, depression, crime,
Are you just alluding to
addiction.
Christianity?
No. I'm just speaking like statistically, people who bastard children, basically.
What? How does that correlate with migration?
Well, if somebody's not here legally and they get deported, then it does create a chain of effect. Like,
Then be against
like where I'm
deportation.
like just about everybody I know who came here to the United States from Mexico had a family back home. Like my stepdad did. My dad was married when he met my mom. It's a thing.
Okay, but same thing
And
with mass deportation creates fatherless homes. You could just be against it.
I think that the people who do that sort of thing, who it's directly made mine and my own family's lives worse, though.
What has?
Illicit immigration.
How so?
I mean, I just described how my sister was denied the right of a dad. I mean, would you call having a father a right?
That's not exclusive to immigration, though. Like, that happens here without immigration.
You didn't answer the question.
Mass immigration doesn't equal more fatherless homes. It might include some.
No,
not
mass immigration, illicit immigration.
Okay. People come because of those reasons, though. So, like, for instance, Abrego Garcia, the guy in Maryland who came and made a family here with a United States citizen, has a 9-year-old child. He had every intention on staying and maintaining some sort of status here and contributing to society.
Okay, and I don't think he should have been deported.
Okay,
but
and that's,
he did things right.
He tried to do things right, but the
reason
reason
he
came
didn't
here,
create a child with a woman and then leave her. Obviously, he tried to stay with her.
The reason he came here, though, was because at home, his sister and his mom were being harassed by a local gang, and they were trying to turn his sister into a prostitute, and his mom was having to pay quote unquote protection money every month. It is much better for him to go find opportunity somewhere else, send money back home, help them,
and my
possibly bring them along.
and my stepfather, he came up here illegally because his family was killed by the cartels back in the 90s. That didn't stop him from beating me with a belt.
Dude, I think conservatism is something that champions that type of stuff still, doesn't it?
I don't think that it's fair to associate everything with just pure conservatism. Everything is a sliding scale.
I could host a debate right now and change the title to "Spanking is Abuse," and I would have nothing but conservatives come up on my panel and cry about that. I've watched those debates before. They have them on TikTok. That is a thing. It's 100% conservatives that believe and can't dissociate the idea of spanking your children and abuse.
I do want to bring up something though. On your last talker, there is the 13th Amendment exception. Like there is the exception clause of the 13th Amendment. Slavery is still legal in the U.S.
Sure, and the Conservative Party is the ones who want to perpetuate that the most, because
do you consider the Clintons conservative?
Actually, yeah, I do.
Noted. I do too. They're all just dirty.
There's only one party right now that is like Trump's got 3 major donors who are private prisons, and a charter company for planes, and he is making hand over fist, and he has got multiple companies donating millions to a ballroom so that they get contracts for these mass imprisonments of migrants. It's just a huge grift, and if anybody believes in crime and punishment, personal accountability, that is the conservative way. When we talk about liberal ideas, we talk
I
about
believe in that.
cashless
That's
bail.
why I started ending all of their names with "of the Epstein files." So like Donald Trump of the Epstein files, Steve Bannon of the Epstein files, Woody Allen of the Epstein files.
Sure.
Anyway, hashtag OTEF, OTEF of the Epstein files. If you want to steal that, I think it's catchy.
I agree. I think if anything, divorcing yourself from Trump is a great step. But I also just challenge you to look at policies through the lens of the economy. And I'm going to read to you just a few stats of what mass deportation do to the economy. All right. And I want you to think about what we could have done instead with this money, because this is fucking insane. The 4-year policy would increase primary deficits by $270 billion. And then with economic feedbacks, meaning when all of these people are gone and they stop buying things and they stop working and they stop paying rent, the economic feedbacks turn into $350 billion fucking goddamn it dollars. That is enough to solve homelessness all throughout America, 100%. And on top of that, everyone could go to college. That's what they chose to do with this money. And then the 10-year policy would cost about $862 billion before economic feedbacks, and then it's $1 trillion with economic feedbacks. Besides lost revenue, these primary deficits would include new required outlays that are in addition to the monies, with another $170 billion. And for the economy, not surprisingly, most aggregate economic variables fall. The 4-year policy reduces GDP by 1%. That is so fucking huge. Trump's tax breaks that bankrupted us in 2017 added 0.4% to our GDP. This is undoing that times 2.5. And then the 10-year policy reduces it by 3.3. That is so much fucking money. We could solve all of our... Everybody could get a gold bar for that. And then everybody's wages fall. 63% of the working population see their wages fall by 0.5 and then by 2.8% over the 10-year policy.
Who could I vote for that would support more food kitchens and stuff? Because homelessness is a big...
The left, invariably. They call that socialism.
Give me specific. Right. Give me specific. Give me somebody specific.
Okay.
Because to be honest, I don't really trust the left. I don't.
Can you name one policy that Joe Biden passed during his term?
No.
I think you're swimming in social wedge issues, and you're not looking at what they're doing behind closed doors. And if you were to pay attention in that sense, see what Trump's doing, see what the economy is doing. Right now, the economy is so bad, there's not a single metric you can point to that's good. There's not a single metric. Do
you think he's trying to build an AI data center under where that ballroom is?
who knows what he's doing, and that's even more worrisome. He just got they're proposing $1 billion in Congress right now to build it. Like, he just gutted USAID, and with $9 billion a year, we were saving roughly 14 million lives in the next 4 years. In the next 4 years, 14 million children and women will die because he tried to save us 9 billion, and then he's suing us for 10. He's got another 1 billion for the ballroom.
What is USAID?
It was basically our soft power. So we went over to like Africa, and we gave them condoms, we gave them contraceptive, we gave them treatments to stop spreading the virus of HIV. And stopped starvation, and all of these developing countries that are like recently been colonialized and stripped of their resources and fucked over with all this same type of rhetoric that got them to vote this way. They're raising children that either are going to learn or not learn how to read, or they're going to starve to death and become radicalized and become these people we're going to have to bomb in 20 years. We're going to spend trillions of dollars bombing them in a few years now that we are not doing that. China and Russia are over there now building them highways, giving them everything they want, and they're remembering this. And when it comes time to choose sides in wars like what we're seeing right now, they're going to go, we side with Russia, we side with Iran. They built us highways. They're the good guys.
Wait, did you just say China's the good guys?
I mean, I'm saying that's what these countries who are doing soft power, that's why they do it. Because they are convincing these people that they are the good guys. That's what we were doing. Now we're not.
And I want to see more use of America's hard power, honestly.
I thought you wanted to feed people. That's the way we fed people.
Do what?
I thought you wanted to feed people. That's how we fed people.
Like,
Trump just got
in America,
$360 million worth
like
of food
like
stamps.
I really want to focus on, like, I really want our country to focus on integration of like, just focus on the continents, like our connected continents, North and South America, more than anything.
Every single time Democrats are in office, we add people to food stamps, we add people to social programs, we add social safety nets. And Trump came in his first term, gutted Social Security, took 80,000 people off of food stamps, which is honestly stupid because food stamps add to economic activity. They are a net positive in every single way. For every dollar we spend, it's $1.70 back on average in economic activity.
Do you think it's even a net positive when people sell food stamps for 50 cents on the dollar?
Yes. If you worry about that and that's your big hang up, you're being tricked and played. There will always be some sort of fraud at a certain level. And no matter what they do with those food stamps, it's still economically advantageous. And we just see less people starving. So if you're just worried about people abusing it, you just got to get over that. You got to find peace around that. Because they're just going to hold that over your head.
I just think that there's a better method, like have public cafeterias that have like that you can go in and get a free meal or something, and instead of just like a pre-made meal that's like healthy and nutritious, and like you can microwave it there or something.
Trump is the GOP will gut every instance of that. Period, wouldn't they? It's a waste of their tax dollars. That's socialism.
I feel like there should be a way to do this on the bottom level without just handing out money, and more so focusing on the.
What percent of your tax dollars go to feeding people food stamps? What do you think it is?
Well, I know my total taxes is probably about 27%.
Okay. So if you make about $60,000 a year, your total contributions to food stamps is about $50 fucking dollars. And you want to scrutinize that? I think it's silly. We have bigger fish to fry, man.
but at the same time, I do on a personal level donate to the local food kitchen. So I'm not doing nothing.
Well, how do you know that they're not taking
even
that
with
food
just
and
my
selling it
passion.
for drugs?
Because I went there when I needed food too.
Yeah, well, my mom, who
But
has three
and you know
children,
they did have their funding cut from the government, and so they told me that it was like $100, and they told me I could get them like 15 meals or something.
like, dude, food stamps are far more advantageous. This is silly. Look at the economic activity. Even if they're selling it for cigarettes, that person eventually goes to a store and spends that on food. And that store can rely twice a month or 4 times a month that, like clockwork, those people come in, they cash in on food stamps. It's as good as cash, and the store's shelves stay stocked. They have like recurring revenue flow. It is a huge deal. And for people to get caught up in the weeds of, oh, well, 1 out of 10 people might commit fraud or something. I
No,
I don't care.
it's just the anti-cap in me, the anti-cap part of me that's against like the mass production of like the Oreos and the Cheetos and the Chips Ahoy. I think that we should provide large, like school lunches, or like the after, or like the summer lunches that they provide for schools. Provide that for everyone at every level, and operate it like a 24-hour store that you can just go in and grab a
How are
free
you
meal.
conservative at all? Conservatives are constantly trying to reel back in free school lunches for kids.
Oh, because I'm Latino and I believe in family values. I
What does that
believe
even
that
mean?
people should try to beat the I believe people should try and have at least 3 kids.
Okay, I don't think that's a thing you can do with a political party. Like, I think it's really weird to vote a certain way because
No,
of
no,
that.
it's a cultural conservatism thing. That's still conservatism.
That
I'm
that
like
they
that's,
say that all the time. We're family values. Like, I don't really know what that means and how you can legislate
okay.
that.
Well, I'm fiscally like very liberal as far as a lot of those things are concerned. I just don't trust money or the government with money necessarily. I don't trust that at every level there's not going to become some pipeline. Like there's a homelessness incentive pipeline right now where they're hiring people in Los Angeles to like as like social workers and stuff, and like there's an incentive to keep people
Doesn't that
homeless.
lift people out of poverty? There's no incentive to keep people. Listen, every single program that goes towards feeding people that are houseless, and especially in LA and all that stuff, for every dollar they spend, they save the city money. That saves them money. And that's the lie that they don't tell you, that it's not a waste of money. It saves money because those people don't flood hospitals and prisons if they're fed, and they stop committing so much crime. At every point we start addressing poverty, it reduces crime. That's why red states are 7 out of 10 most dangerous states in the United States. That's why they're always the poorest. That's why no red state can even balance a budget, because they're ideologues and they can't do anything that objectively helps the economy. It's all rhetoric. It's you being hung up on food stamps, even though they're a net positive in every way. Every single red state in existence besides Florida is a net drain to our society economically. They literally rely on every blue state to pay their bills, and they constantly run on reducing their own taxes. That's their
Okay,
only
but where do you
policy.
guys get your subsidized food from? Like
From
in
the
the Midwest.
From the Democrats paying for those farmers to exist.
But it's still part of a greater chain.
Those
It's
farmers
part of the
would not
like
even exist without tax dollars. They are subsidized like a motherfucker.
They would
could not
find a way.
survive. They would not
They would
survive.
find a way. There's local co-ops.
Now we have the largest bankruptcy rate in like U.S. history. Well, in recent history, they're up 56% because of Trump, because of
And
conservatism.
besides that, farmers are starting to get wise, and they're going back to the old ways. They're using old tractors. They're using manual stuff. They're using stuff that isn't John Deere anymore.
Well,
Like
I
they're
guess
getting smart.
I don't know. I don't know if that's smart, dude. Thank you, Sharon, for the
Well,
$10. Again, you
well,
guys are
John
just,
Deere has been a big proponent against right to repair. They don't want farmers to fix their own shit.
I get that. You can have grievances about that all you want. I'm just saying if they're going to be less, if they're going to be using things that help them be productive, then I mean, keep treading in mud instead of water. I don't know, man, but being a farmer in the first place, you would literally just not exist without all of the tax subsidies that you get and the tax breaks that you get for being a farmer and the billions and billions of dollars that we use to bail them out every time a conservative is in
Well,
office.
they have to have a lot of those tax subsidies and stuff because it's illegal for them to regrow seeds from their previous year's product. They have to keep buying those new seeds because they're all under copyright. Like, people own those genes.
We can go into the nuances all you want, but Republicans, historically, bad for farmers in the economy, period. Democrats keep them afloat and always have, always will. Republicans are not a net positive to the federal budget. Not a single state you can point to that is red, besides Florida. They do not help these people stay afloat. They do not help people not starve. They don't help people do any of that. They're selfish. Have you ever looked at the deficit by president?
No, but I've heard bits about it.
I have a chart up on the screen. You'll see it in a few seconds. If you minimize and look at YouTube, on the screen, you see every Republican president blowing out the bottom of the deficit. And think about why. Think about the only thing they propose running for president is to lower your taxes. So somehow your life's just going to get so much better if you just don't have to pay so much taxes. And then we pay for it. All the Democrats have to pay for it. We have to pick up the slack. And then Democrats come into office and they balance the budget. And then Republicans come in and fuck it up. And then Obama comes in, fixes it. Trump comes in, fucks it up. Biden came in and fixed it. Trump is responsible for 25% of this country's debt. And it's because
that
you
doesn't
guys
look
constantly...
to me. That chart doesn't look to me like Biden fixed anything. It just looks like a marginal drop.
That's only... It stops in 2021. Biden spent $4 trillion. Trump spent $8 trillion. Biden reduced the deficit. Trump increased it.
Do you have a more complete graph there?
Yeah. Biden. Let me just do this. The debt, Biden versus Trump. This is what Biden spent versus what Trump spent. Okay? The top is Trump. The bright red is COVID. Before COVID, Trump still doubled what Biden spent. In a time of peace, and Biden, in the middle of a pandemic, only spent $4.3 trillion. And this is the deficit that Trump made versus how much he brought in. The tiny bump that you see from his tariffs didn't even amount to $250 billion. And then Biden brought in far more. So the big blue on the right, Biden brought in far more and spent less. That's the case with every Democrat president because we're not so pussy to increase people's tax liability. We run on it.
But aren't both Biden and Trump industry shills, though? Haven't they all been?
No. Biden increased minimum taxes for corporations making 400,000 plus, made a 15% minimum tax liability so they couldn't duck all of their tax liabilities. Biden did not show any like loyalty to some sort of weird industry that enriched himself. Trump absolutely does. Unless you know like an industry that Biden was a shill for. Like, I don't hear Biden coming out saying that oil makes whales have cancer, but Trump definitely says that about
No way.
windmills and shit.
I'm sorry. I just got off a night shift. I'm sorry. I remember Biden being really just, and see, maybe this is just the way my algorithm was biased at that time. But just, I mostly got the stuff about him like falling and like.
Mm-hmm. And Trump's fallen asleep 5 times this year on camera, and fallen upstairs twice.
Yeah, we need to get these old people out of fucking politics, man.
I think that if you just cut out all the stupid noise and the gaffes and just look at the work they did, Trump is really having a fucking hell of a go at it, and he's fucked up the entire world's economy. And Biden, we had the best economy in the world after COVID. That is an objective fact.
I honestly I just want our southern border to go back to like pre 9/11. Like I want to be able to go to Mexico without a passport.
Well, I don't know.
But that's probably never going to happen.
That's kind of like open borders, right?
Yeah. Just intercontinentally, not internationally.
I don't think Republicans are the party that's going to do that anytime soon.
I don't think Democrats are. That's a pretty fringe take, but I mean,
Democrats are constantly trying to propose bills that would fast track the ability to come to the United States.
Oh no, I want to be able to go down there and just come back up.
I think that's
the thing is,
law,
like
not
before
United States law.
9/11, like there was really no need for the people south of the border to like stay. Like they'd come up, work for a season, and then leave, and everybody was happy.
I don't think that's really true either. There's charts and there's data from since 1990 and up, and it's pretty stagnant, dude. We've had 11 million undocumented migrants even since 2018, and before that, like, you can just say it was like 5 million, 1 million, but you can I think they die and stuff. So
this is the IRLE, Institute of Research and Labor Employment. Where is it? Since the late 1990s, the share of agricultural workers who migrate within the United States fell about 60% on average over this period. Let me just
I also think that it's probably a Mexico thing, that whatever documentation is required to go cross their border is up to them. I don't think it's really up to us.
Oh yeah, you're right about that. But I'm sorry. Like I said, I grew up around illegals, so I was born here, but sometimes it gets hard to not put myself in that mindset. Um, um, but yeah, like I know plenty of people who like have kids down there who like, man, if they were able to just travel back and forth for a couple months, like you can live for an entire year on just a couple months of work in Mexico, in the United States, you know? Like,
I don't think you're
I
gonna have
think
any
people get,
like you're espousing things that are very liberal. Like that's not a
well, I
conservative
would
thing.
consider myself a classical liberal. I just,
Even
um,
Reagan gave everyone amnesty. Like conservatives today have moved so far right. We haven't moved an inch.
I mean, I'm not anti-Israel. I'm actually pretty pro-Israel.
I think you need to read about Israel more.
Um, I so I feel like a lot of what Israel is right now is people of Germanic descent putting their culture and stuff on the native populations there. And when you look at the history of the Levant, I've gotten really deep into Samaritan history as of late, and they're interesting because they're Israelite Samaritans. They call them they're historically called the people of the land. They're non-diasporic, and that most people don't know about them because there's only 800 of them.
The state
I've
of
gotten into
Israel,
this,
the government of Israel, is who I have qualms with. I don't think there should be an
right.
like a religious state. I don't think that that's worked out well for them. And you can Google this, dude. Google, is Israel somewhat fascist? You ever Googled that?
I believe that they are because the thing is the Samaritans they and this is where it gets interesting. They apply under the law of return for Israeli citizenship, but under an exception of a Jewish clause. However, they rejected the Jewish label. So really, they get law of return through exception and not acceptance of their own unique history.
Again, I don't. I think that their actions right now are really bad. I don't know if we can get like into the weeds with
Oh
that,
yeah. Because I feel like this is just a continued thing of what they do with like cultural erasure. They want to just absorb the Samaritans, have everyone believe that they're Samaritan Jews, and just have everything meet the Jewish narrative.
You know, they're one of the few countries on Earth that have a replacement rate above 2.2. That's probably why.
How much of that is due to immigration?
Yeah, it's because they have the thing where you can come be Jewish and you get a piece of land and shit.
Right. Ask a theological Jew this. When they bring up Genesis and they're like, oh, God blesses those who bless Israel, ask them, all right, Jewish Israel or Samaritan Israel? It'll short circuit them.
All right, I don't know how you could be in support of it. It's so problematic in like every way.
I think that they're a good puppet for America. I think that it's America that controls them and not the other way around.
I think that we can easily disprove that. Have you seen how prevalent they are in American politics and their lobbying?
I think that has a lot to do with their history of being cast out of.
I mean, why is not really important. It's the fact it's true.
I think that ignores a lot of the how you get there, and perhaps if you look at how you get there, you can use empathy to dismantle the why somebody is still there.
No, I think that we can easily see every legislator in Congress, and even down to a state, even city council level, we have pro-Israel PACs that will run an opponent against you if you don't say that you're for Israel. And then you have people like Ted Cruz, a motherfucking Canadian that is somehow a senator in Texas. He says that his biggest priority is Israel, sending funds to them. We never question sending funds for them. They have free abortions. They have free healthcare. They have free school. They have it made, and we're funding them because he's being told to.
Well, I know you're not religious, but you really underestimate the theological pull that Israel has over everyone under Abraham.
I don't think any politician in the right mind looking at our relationship with Israel through a secular lens would advocate for sending them more money.
Oh no, they're not looking at it through a secular lens.
Like they are not sending them money because they're careful about who they bomb or that they're peaceful in the Middle East. Netanyahu has been trying to get every president since 1950 to invade Iran.
I mean, but does that, am I just supposed to ignore every person of Peruvian descent, Prussia, crap, whatever Iran was before, like I see so many of them talking about this well. I don't, and see, this is why I come back to the whole worrying about the American continents thing. Like, that's the old world. It's an ocean away. The cultural nuance of that is lost on me, and so it's hard for me to really care about that on a deep level, whereas there's something more visceral about what's at home.
I don't know what that means.
Well, politics and are never truly objective.
I think that if you pulled your religious biases out of this, we would not be friends with Israel.
I don't think that many Christians would consider themselves theological friends with Israel either. I think that they have a vested interest in keeping Islam out of Israel.
That's a product of Israel's messaging. That's a product. They're even doing that here. All of the xenophobic, anti-Islamophobic messaging.
That's a separate stream. That's a separate stream, distinct from Zionism. Like if you ask an Orthodox Christian why they would want, the current rabbinate still in power, they would probably tell you something different. They would probably give you a Muslim answer, the same Muslim answer. Versus the political pull of every. Do you get what I'm saying?
I won't lie. I'm like pretty lost.
You can have the same answer, but for entirely different reasons.
I think
You can
that
have a whole bunch of people who come together and basically say we're going to support this Israel project because it keeps Islam out.
of Israel.
Israel, basically.
Why is that such a big thing for us? If you're
Well,
not
not for
theological,
you, not for you as an atheist, but for
but
the
for
believing
theological
type.
people.
Right, theological
Yeah.
people.
Yeah. So I think that if you were to remove yourself from the what I call superstitious beliefs, you wouldn't be pushing to perpetuate the terrorist state that's Israel.
I think that it's just a really interesting book and everything, even devoid of any theological claims, because at its core, it's the ethno-history book. It's a biased ethno-history book of the Israelite people. And I find that fascinating.
I think you can find the same fascinating things in Muslim beliefs. Islam.
That's downstream. You don't find the same archaeological finds related to like you'll only find pig bones in Judah, and you won't find it in like by Mount Gerizim. And you don't hear that sort of like.
I'm sure there's plenty of. I haven't looked a lot into it, but there's plenty of people who bought into the religion of Islam, and same thing with Mormonism, and same thing with whatever else you name. I think they're all just as untrue as another.
But Israel itself is just a theological, archaeological treasure trove.
For superstitious
Like for people, I mean, if you like ancient languages, the Dead Sea Scrolls found in the 30s are a really cool find. The Samaritans, they're still the last people who use an ancient Phoenician script. Like they could read a Phoenician ledger from like 6,000 years ago, like just because their Torah is in that script. And I think that's fascinating.
survives even the most insane conditions. Religion survives.
Or preserved it.
I like
It preserves it, and the fact that they have that linguistic roadmap, because when a language dies, the entire world around that language dies. So
okay. Again, the same would be true for Islam, though, right?
no, Islam has too many countermeasures. Like the Hafiz, they remember like the entire Quran.
Okay. I don't really care for having like this special exception for Judaism in regards to Islam or Christianity. I don't really care for it. I don't want to fund it, and I don't like the outcomes, the countless innocent civilian lives, because they are so radicalized there that they will. You ask them, they'll openly tell you we should just carpet bomb our neighbors. I don't like that. I think that should be tested as much as it fucking possibly can without our help.
Yeah, that's hard to hear. But how do you stop people from just sending their own money over there? Like that's just it. Is like it's one thing to say the government shouldn't do it, but at the end of the day, there's still people who would
then let them
do
have
it
that.
regardless of.
Then there you go. They don't need our help, right? Anyway, someone paid to kick you. You're welcome to call back some other time, all right? Call back tomorrow.
All right.
Whatever.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Bye.
Sarah, Sarah's guest is incoherent. I can't even follow what he's saying. I think guest is a perfect example of like, without religion, his ideas that are productive would actually be useful, but he's like in this, I don't know what you call it. He's like in checkmate with himself. Anyway, phone line's back on. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. You're on TikTok. Good morning, y'all. Good morning. We did lose quite a few people from that last. He honestly, I don't know. He was just not exactly MAGA, so I guess it's not really as like this is what like political debates used to be just like this all the time, like moderate. Maybe some people like one side having some really weird ideas, but like not being at each other's throat. That's what we have to look forward to, I guess, like after Trumpism is gone. But yeah, nothing's more interesting than a Trumper being introduced to reality and data. I think it's far more entertaining. What time did it go live? I went live 3, maybe 4 hours ago. Yeah, it's not easy to defend Trump these days. Make politics boring again. Thank you. Yeah. Remember when we didn't have like headlines that would last years every day? Like, Trump has had like 70 Watergates that people are just over it. They're like, you have TDS for pointing that out. Tucker Carlson is running? Is he? As of early May, is frequently discussed as potential 2028 Republican candidate nominee. While some including former Marjorie Taylor Greene. What? Ooh. If a political party allows for someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene to exist, there's something fundamentally wrong with it. There's something completely upside down, backwards in reality for the people voting for someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene. I miss the days of Dijon mustard and tan suits. Yeah. Remember when Dijon mustard made the news? They harped on it for like a week. The tan suit was like a week-long issue. Now Trump's fallen asleep 5 times in the last few months. But we have TDS if we bring it up. That was the birth of MAGA. Yeah, that was like when Fox News like really became the brainwashing machine they are now. Their villain arc really like springboarded them into the the spotlight. Remember Sarah Palin? Isn't she still hovering around doing witchcraft somewhere? She was appointed chair of the Alaska Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. And then governor. Okay. What about now? She lives a quieter life focused on family and faith, while occasionally appearing in media and endorsing political candidates like Trump. She lost her election to Alaska's U.S. House seat in 2022. She was remained active in conservative politics, supporting Donald Trump, even as late as April 2025. What a sucker, dude. What a freaking sucker. I went to Sarah Palin's rally in college back when I was Republican. No. Did college turn you un-Republican? Trump turned you away? Oh, man. Remember when George Bush normalized making fun of veterans? I don't remember that, but I still say George Bush is less problematic than Trump, even with a 20-year war. John Kerry. Wow, so Bush's campaign attacked John Kerry's Vietnam War record, eroding his strength as a war hero candidate. Through relentless early advertising that undermined his credibility, cast doubt on his military service, and focused on his post-Vietnam anti-war protests. ultimately shifting the narrative away from Iraq and the economy. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. The Swift Boat Veterans for Truth ads challenged the legitimacy of Kerry's medals, causing significant damage to his image as a decorated war hero. While some accusations were contradicted by military records, the damage to his public image was done. Republicans are shameless, dude. It's just a matter of how low you'll go, and you can win any election as a conservative if you do the right type of attack. To the weak-minded person, this is so effective. This is so effective for conservative politics. Even Bone Spurs, Captain Bone Spurs could do it. And they don't blink an eye. MAGAs that are left are too scared to debate. Can't see how be easily defend him anymore. You have to be really deep in sauce. I still have my Carrie Edwards pin from 10th grade. Aw. Carrie can't blink, too much Botox. Dog, you are on something serious if you don't think Trump, Melania, Christine Ohm, Tulsi Gabbard. I bet even fucking RFK has Botox. Maricela, thank you for the $10. Love you, Pickles. Great way to start my morning. Thank you so much. Guys, mornings are great. Mornings have been good. Do I think Trump has Botox? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially right now. Like, images of him recently. Oh, yeah. There's literally a trend called Mar-a-Lago face, dude. And it's just the Republican women who are just full of gender affirming care in their face. No hate on it. But if you're going to hate on it, you got to see your own people too, right? Dude, look at... Have you guys seen the Matt Gaetz? Look at fucking Matt Gaetz. His eyebrows are insane. Look at this motherfucker. For real, dude? Look at this. They love gender affirming care. The number for callers, I gotta put it back up. Putting my pay apps on the screen is getting me flagged, so I took that off, y'all. Trump definitely has work done. He has tons of gender affirming care done, especially in his hair. That's undeniable. Trump has had a botched hair deal go on, and his wife made fun of him. His ex-wife. They like literally, I believe, like cut this part and he paints his face orange. Everybody on television wears makeup. Yeah, I know, but the only people casting shame on it are Republicans, and I'm just showing you the hypocrisy. ED meds are Jennifer McCare. Maybe they should do that for you too. The hair trick. My hair's honestly not that bad. But again, I wouldn't shame people for having like treatments like that. Only the right does it. Unironically, they make fun of people because they only see it like they only realize it in people they don't like. So like they hate Democrats, so they'll look at a Democrat like, "Oh, look at the Botox." While Trump paints his face orange every day. Other administrations don't build makeup rooms in the Pentagon. Yeah. Maybe you'll see more BBL twerking in the next DNC. There was no twerking. I've yet to see the actual video of somebody twerking at the DNC, but we did have an adult film star at the RNC, and Hulk Hogan ripping his shirt off, and then Kid Rock sing a song about loving underage kids. They just have to fetishize everything. Hello.
Hey, Pickles. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning.
Hey, good news about the feeding our future. You heard about the $250 million fraud in Minnesota. Ilhan Omar is connected to. I don't think there's that many hungry people in Minnesota. That's the good news, because I really find it hard to believe that a Democrat would actually take money, food from a starving child, right? You guys wouldn't do that, would you?
Right. So I guess we're gonna have to like adjudicate this, right? We're gonna have to settle this in court.
Yep, that's what's going to happen for sure. Sheila Sherphyllis McCormick, she's another one. She stole $5 million from the. I don't think it was Feeding Our Future. It was it's COVID relief. Yeah. So that leads me to believe COVID really wasn't as bad as we thought it was. If they can take COVID funds, excuse me, if Democrats can take.
How many Republicans got that much money from PPP forgiveness?
Oh, I don't know. Are there Somali Republicans too?
If you're only looking at Somalis, I think that's something wrong with you, man.
You know what? You're right, because Tim Walz said that there's a lot of white people involved too, and I don't.
W Georgia for the kick. Smoochies. Yeah, what about Ron DeSantis? Didn't he have like a $10 million fraud thing that he was caught doing? The thing is, I just don't think Ilhan Omar is guilty, not even 1%. And I'm sure this will be dropped just like every other red herring they do. Rick Scott. There you go. One of the head senators for the Republican Party, also former governor of Florida. The largest Medicare fraud in history. You guys love him. You guys never want to bring that up. He still won governorship after that. Trump University fraud, $25 million lawsuit. Not to mention just Trump's billions of dollars, just billions. Like, unless you've got a fraud scheme that's to the tune of billions of dollars. I don't think you got much. Rick Scott was governor twice of Florida. The thing, like, you guys are so strangely focused on the most benign stuff. Somalis, you really think Somalis are worth the degree at which you demonize them, the like social repercussions of that? Like, why can't you just say it's these individuals? Why do you keep saying Somalis, Somalis, Somalis? It's just xenophobia. Bernie? Does Bernie have fraud? They're just doing lawfare at this point. Like, just like the what's his name? Powell. Like, that lawsuit was dropped. Just like Letitia James, that lawsuit thrown out. Just like everything else. We still have nothing tying what's his name? Walls to the fraud. That'll probably never be a thing, but you will hold on to that forever. The damage is done. Just like Carrie. Like, they attack character and it never really is truth. But the damage is done. Nothing except the whistleblowers. Dude, what about the fraud around the ballroom? What about the millions and millions of dollars that Trump got from donors for the ballroom that we're now finding out we're giving government contracts in return? That's fraud. Is it 1 billion they want from us? Yeah, they want $1 billion now too on top of that. Is there still a hole in the White House? I bet. Bet it's missing a whole wall, right? I wish I had with this guy smoking. Guys, I'm coming up on 2.5 years sober. Read it and weep. Yeah, it was completely funded. Then it was 400 million. Now it's 1 billion. How can you be 2 years sober? Well, 2 years sober from alcohol. I quit smoking the ganj. It was a lot more than 2 weeks ago. I actually just got a text from the person who gave it, like, who I bought it from. Shown me, like, he got, like, a re-up on his inventory and stuff. And I was like, oof. Yeah. I think it's been a few months, hasn't it? Melania Genius Visa, fraud. Yeah. Everything about Trump is fraud. 2 years in September, dog waffles. Fucking love that, dude. 17 years sober myself. Congrats. W's, 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 W. At least you're not drinking Kool-Aid. Elon's student visa also fraud. It's true. I think it's like 4 or 5 weeks now. I want to say that's probably right. I live in a fucking... I don't even see sunlight most days, y'all. I can't keep track of time. Six years no drink. Adrian fucking W's. Trump's crypto rug pull. Do you think that Trump will ever highlight that in the news? Oh my god.
Hey, Pickle, something that you said a few days ago kind of struck me the wrong way. You claim that Trump told over 30,000 lies. Am I quoting you correctly or am I wrong?
Yeah, it's a Washington Post article. They cite each one.
Yeah, so are you able to name all 30,000 or are you exaggerating? Because I haven't heard anybody be able to substantiate that claim. They throw out this number, but then they only name like 2 or 3. You know what I mean?
I haven't memorized all of his lies, but the Washington Post article has it all.
Yeah, that's my point. So anybody can claim a big number to make something seem worse than it is. So like you,
it's literally posted with all the lies, though. The Washington Post.
So you're telling me they have 30,000? I just have hard time believing that they sat there and counted 30,000 fucking lies. Dude, people can claim. I can sit here and be like, I got $30,000 in my pocket, but I might only have 20. You know what I mean? So they might. He probably told like a few lies, but then they just wanted to.
One of my favorites is saying that 30 million illegals came over the border during Biden.
See, look, all he did was do the same thing you guys did. So you're exaggerating about the 30,000. So maybe he's exaggerating about the 30 million. Do you see where I'm coming from? It's both sides. You see where I'm coming from? Like maybe Trump exaggerated about the 30 million.
It's 30,
but you got
30,573, actually. That's the exact number.
So it's more, you're saying?
30,573.
Yeah, so go ahead and substantiate. Go ahead and sit here right now and name every single one of them. Or concede that he didn't tell that many. You need to concede he didn't tell that many.
I don't have time to read all of them.
Yeah, so how can you make the claim that he did it, but you're not able to substantiate it? You're not going to sit here.
You can click through this if you want it. You can click through this. It's a Washington Post with the fact checker. It has every single one of them linked. You can click filter by topic. You can search the claims. Every single one of them are there, dude. Every one of them.
Okay, what's the name of that website? I'm actually going to look at that.
WashingtonPost.com/graphics. Just type 30,000 false claims, lies, Washington Post. It comes up.
Okay, now you personally, do you think that he told that many, or do you think they're exaggerating? I'm asking you personally. I'm saying as person to person, fuck that website. What do you personally think?
I personally think that's true. Yes.
Wow. Okay. All right. There's nothing to talk about because we're just at two different ends of the spectrum. There's nothing.
Okay. I want you to think about a North Korean, for instance. Think about North Korea. Do you think that North Koreans are like really propagandized? Like their reality is completely different from ours?
Oh, of course. We both agree on that. Yeah.
How many lies do you think it takes to get to that point?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Too many to count. Yeah, too many to count.
This is how I feel talking to MAGA most days.
Wow. Well, we're not under a dictatorship though, Pickles. It's not analogous. That's my point. I get the point you're making in the sense of the lies being told, but we're not under Trump is not a dictator like Kim Jong-un.
I know that there are some subtle differences. I'm saying that people are so lost in the sauce that there's an amount of lies that have created an entirely separate reality for a certain demographic of people in the United States, while they're not like under this like authoritarian regime that's been in place for generations. It's analogous. Like we have a whole population of people who follow Truth Social, who
Yeah.
listen to Newsmax, OAN, Fox, which I say are super problematic,
Yeah.
extremely misleading. I don't think you have anything equivalent like that on the left, not even close to the extra, like 1 out of 10 versus 10 out of 10.
Yeah,
I
but
think we have like
Pickles.
that.
Here's what you don't realize. There's people like Pickles and Dan Malik and Erica and Johnny Palmadessa, Dean Parker, Good Trouble, Adam. You can do that in the USA, but in North Korea, that they shoot and kill people for having opposing political views as King Jong Un. You know what I mean? So you're able to
It
operate.
didn't start off like that though, right? Like it was gradual. Like I don't know the exact history of North Korea, but you can make a case that this is still something prevalent, that it is gradually happening and growing. And there's a thing called freedom of press rating for each country. We just fell to 69th. We just fell to 69th.
I didn't know that. That's actually surprising. But okay, but still though, you're not contesting the point that you're able to voice your opinion on this side, even when it conflicts with the president. You versus King, you can do that in North Korea, Pickles. You do realize that, right? Are you contesting that, or are you?
If you're trying to convince me to be grateful or something about that, I'm
Well,
not going to be. But I agree that it's not as extreme. Sure.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I need to look at this. You said the Washington Post is the name of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and look at that. I guarantee you half of those are not true. He may have told like 30 lies, I'd be willing to say, but there's no way in hell he told 30,500 lies.
How many
You know
times
that's.
do you think he told just the lie about who pays the tariff?
Wait, ask a question. Sorry, I was coughing. I couldn't hear you. I was coughing. I had
How
to mute
many
my mic.
times do you think he lied about who pays the tariffs that he put in place?
Yeah, like I said, that would only be one lie. There's no way you're saying
No.
30.
He would have
30
probably. He's said this about like maybe in the last year and a half, maybe like 12 times that I can think of.
Pickles.
And then his press secretary also repeats the same lies and backs him up when called out on the lies.
Pickle, here's the thing. You guys are just exaggerating. Like 30,000 fucking lies. Do you know how much did that? That's exaggeration. Like you could argue maybe like a few hundred. There's no way anybody on earth told that many fucking lies. He's not Pinocchio, dude. There's no way anybody. I wouldn't even say that somebody on your guys' side told that many lies. You know what I mean? That's just a high number. I just don't see how you calculate that. I don't know. I don't know.
I think it's very likely that they're lies, false, misleading claims, right? So some of these things might be something like we're the greatest country on earth, or I know the best. I'm the most knowledgeable about wind turbines or something. Like Trump probably fucking knows zero things about wind turbines. That's going to be one of the things you read.
See, but even then, though, you said misleading claims, and even then, that's kind of backing off the claim of a lie, because a misleading claim could be up to interpretation. So I that's
think
not
a good
as
con man doesn't just straight up lie like blatantly. He seeds those lies with truth, and that's what an effective liar does.
Yeah, it just kind of muddies the water when you start saying stuff like misleading claim, because then it gets into disagreements. You know what I mean? But I agree with you about the con man, because I've been conned by people, so I know about that. But I just have a hard time believing that he told.
All right, here we go. We also built the greatest economy in the history of the world, powered by these policies. We built the greatest economy of the history of the world. That's a lie, right?
I have no comment. I have no comment on that one. I have no comment. I don't have the statistics to back up any claim. I would say
I'm gonna
that
spoil it for you. It's not true.
I mean, I would expect you to say that, Pickles, because it fits your narrative, but I'm not going to necessarily make a claim.
Those of us who read economic metrics all day know this is not true.
It says the greatest economy in the history of the world. So what economy would be? Is he talking about the U.S. as a whole versus other countries, or is he talking about the U.S. amongst its own history?
I'm sure you would just say in the history of the world, by the way, so it's not just U.S. history, but there's easily other countries that performed higher in GDP growth, less unemployment, higher income per capita, there's a million things you could point to.
Well,
There's not
no,
one
yeah,
metric
like you said,
that would make us
yeah,
the best that
there's not one
you could
metric,
point
like
to.
you said. There's a million things, but there are third world countries who don't even have clean water. So it's you know what I mean. It's not analogous to compare us to other places. So that's why I was asking. Is it
He
amongst
is.
the
He's
other?
doing that. He's comparing us to other places.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's okay. Like say there's a place with not clean water, but they technically have a decent economy, you know, and they don't have enough food. That's not analogous. Versus we have clean water and food, but you know,
I don't think those two things
it,
can coexist. But you'd have to come up with a better idea. I don't think that's a thing that could coexist.
is there another example? Could you pull another lie, a quote unquote lie?
We
Because
slashed
that's
more job-killing regulations than any administration had ever done before. And then the thing says Trump may have grams to rag about his efforts to peel back regulations, but his claim of the most biggest regulation cuts cannot easily verified and appears to be false. There's no reliable metric on which to judge this claim or to compare him to previous presidents. Many experts say the most significant regulatory changes in U.S. history were the deregulation of airline, rail, and trucking industries during the Carter administration. So I think you just have a really hard case to make. And I think that he talks about himself and things and the state of the United States and his accomplishments so egregiously. Like, he talks so hyperbolically that some people do perceive this as actual truth. And that's why it's important to point this out. Like, they perceive, like he says, my
yeah.
administration has done more than any administration before. And he's done like one big bill. It's obviously not true, man.
Yeah, yeah, and that's why I said Pickles that I'm not saying that he hasn't told any lies. I'm just saying that you guys are out of your fucking mind to say it's 30,000 or 31,000 or however much. That's so I don't know. We're not that far off. It's just the estimation. You guys are grossly exaggerating. You know what I mean? Like I could say I got $30,000 in my
He
pocket,
repeated
but if
this 200 times.
so you guys count that as 200 different lies. That's the problem.
Well,
That
you
would only be
stand up and
one
you
lie.
lied
That's
200
it.
times. You lied 200 times. It's not like he reposted it. He didn't just stitch himself. Like he said it independently different times on different occasions, different times. Like
Yeah, but
he spent his time brainwashing his people.
But that's the problem, Pickles, because even though he said it 200 times, it's still one lie. It's only one. It's
No.
not like he's that only counts as one lie though.
No.
Now I'm already seeing where you guys are
No.
are making the mistake.
No. I'm sorry, but if you say the same lie 200 times, that's 200 lies.
No, that's one lie.
No,
Pickle, come
it's
on now.
not. This is not. What? Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here, dude. What the fuck? If you went to a priest and you say, I lied one time, when you said it 200 times, that doesn't... the priest is going to go, all right, 10 Hail Marys, 7 Our Fathers, and you're good. But if a priest hears you say, I repeated the same lie on the biggest platform known to man 200 times, the priest is not going to give you 10 Hail Marys. You get a lashing. You get public, I won't say the rest. Like, come on, man. It's 200 lies. The guy laughs like Ganondorf. He laughs like Wheezing from Pokemon, dude. Oh shit, don't look at those phone numbers. How can you say a lie 200 separate times? Trump's fucking nuts. Yeah. You think God only counts as one white? So I'm not religious, but like I think I have to talk in a way that if you're religious, it might He might get it. It's like talking, I don't know. Caller is so fake, WTF. We can't figure out if that caller is fake or not. I think, dude, there's no way, like, somebody who's a parody account stews on that tidbit of information. I think he's real. Like, if I was a parody account and I came up and tried to make fun of MAGA by being a weird MAGA personality, I wouldn't lose sleep for a week over hearing that. It's just a strange thing. In Grand Prairie, Epic Waters events. Let me see. Flowapalooza? Is Kid Rock playing? The phone line is on, y'all. The phone line is on. I kind of think he's for real. He's real. He's real. There's no way he's not, dude. That's what I call myself. It's a Muslim event and people are making a deal about it. Oh. I love how the irony is lost on MAGA, who is so Islamophobic, and then clutch their pearls when we make fun of Christianity. You can't say that. Shut the f. Shut up. This host looks like Jeffrey Dahmer. I get it. It's funny because he wore these glasses, and that's... You guys are so funny. Shut your mouth. These glasses are awesome. Chat, donate now so I can buy new glasses. Thank you. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not a Trump supporter, but I just want you to know that you look like a nigger lover, and I hope you fucking kill yourself. You.
So yes, he was a Trump supporter. Chat, I did not say that. Chat, I love you. I'm just gonna shut down stream. Love you, chat.